Audio testing 1 2 3 3 2 1. Check. Audio check good. Hello and good morning and welcome to another Monday, the second Monday of the week. Still Monday for UK, Europe, Africa and whatnot, and still Monday for the US. And welcome to the first stream of the week. We had a day off yesterday to handle some adulting things. So we're having our second Monday of the week. Hope everyone is doing well. And yeah, that turned into quite a long weekend. So today officially is going to be a Viewer's Choice Tuesday. So we'll be having some gameplay according to the viewers' choices. If the viewers don't choose, I get to choose. And while we're waiting for those choices to appear in chat, I'm going to go ahead and update some games that Steam says needs updating. And we'll get that taken care of. And I was just noticing that my Go Live notification, I put my name Rocket Wolf in there so that people know. But I've been noticing that when I get stream announcements, when people come on stream, you can't tell who it is. So if you don't remember who the icon belongs to, and they just say stream is going live, I got no idea who that is. So with 100 streamers that I follow, hard to tell who it is. So I try and mitigate that confusion right off the bat, and I just put my name in the Go Live notification. So if people don't recognize my icon, they see by name who just went live in their notifications. So I hope that helps a little bit. And yay, one more for Steam. We're actually not gonna do that one. I might just delete that one. Animes by FaceRig. Animes and FaceRig both have serious issues.
Raiders detected. Welcome and enjoy your stay.
Oh my goodness. A raid. Hold on.
Resubscription received. Apparently
Holy
you were doing something
moly.
right, Captain.
Is that right? AK. 56 viewers brought in. Wow. Welcome, Raiders. And thank you for the resub as well. Oh my goodness. That is very awesome. Holy moly. Welcome in, Raiders. That is really, really awesome.
Big red button! Woo!
Oh, thank you for that. Firehammer. Good job. You beat me to it.
Hi. Bye, buddy.
Playing some Satisfactory. Or that's the clip
But yeah, because the
anyway.
Australians were on, it was like 3 p.m. for them, I think. So I was like, okay, I'll give it a go. And I literally got up at 3 a.m. in the morning, had a cup of tea. What are you doing here?
What the what?
To use the awesome things
yeah.
for like more important stuff. You were so excited when you saw the glass ones, the glass door and the glass conveyor belt things, and
That was very cool.
Yeah. I can't wait.
I hear G in
like
the
I know I
background
got
there,
told by
too.
someone, don't
Double jump.
overuse glass.
Work. with 300 million.
Oh, poor G in the scratchy mic.
Fire!
Oh no.
House fire hammer! He's in the house. There he is. Fire's in the funny pack. Quick, hide the seedless fruit.
You like that gaming detective? My little spaceship window. Yeah, so we're at the pilot is at the helm. We are ready for takeoff. So, wow, welcome in, Raiders, and thanks very much for the raid and the resub, AK. That is really, really awesome. So as I was just saying, just before we hit the live button, today is a Viewer's Choice Tuesday. So No worries, AK. Really appreciate it. That's very understandable. Most raids happen at the end of a stream, and most of us are, you know, good and wiped out at the end. So thanks very much for that. Appreciate it. So we have a viewer's choice stream today, and the stream will be up to the viewers. So any game suggestions, if I have them, go ahead and pop them into chat so I can see who's wanting to see what, and we'll see what we can get accomplished today. Huge hugs to you, AK. Thanks very much. Hope you had a wonderful stream, and I hope you have a good rest. So, Satisfactory, first one up. Star Discord hits it. One game per monitor? I reckon that would be a crash, since I'm running everything off of one PC at the moment. Instruments of Destruction. Instruments of Destruction. Alright, so we have one vote for Satisfactory. And one vote for Instruments of Destruction. Ooh, $30 game. Holy moly. I think I've seen this one before, or something similar to it. Here's another game that's really similar to that. People start near a dock and they have to destroy things on the dock, and Psycho Augie votes Factorio. Okay, so we got one for Satisfactory, one for Factorio. Welcome to the stream too, Psycho. Two votes for Factorio, one for Satisfactory. That destruction, instrument destruction, looks pretty cool. Crush, kill, destroy. Woohoo! Oh, Factorio was a question. Oh, okay. Okay, so we have one vote Factorio, one vote Satisfactory, and one vote DSP. Oh, it's getting good. Okay, that is two for Satisfactory, one for DSP, one for Factorio. And two vote. Oh, Gaming Detective is going to vote twice. Okay. He votes Factorio and DSP. Make up my mind, gaming. I know, right? He'll vote for them all. Because they're all so good. Oh, well, yep. All right, Psycho. We got yours as a Satisfactory. Gaming Detective voted Factorio and DSP. And a Satisfactory from Star Discord. Redneck Rampage. I think I lived that game in real life. Wow, there's a lot of redneck. Redneck Racers, Immortal Redneck, Redneck Party, Redneck Deer Hunter. Redneck Rampage rides again. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it looks like so far. Well, hang on. So the tally is 1 for Satisfactory, 1 for DSP. Oh, actually 2 for DSP if we count Game Detective on voting that and Factorio. 2 for Satisfactory, sorry. 2 for Satisfactory, 2 for DSP. Welcome, Zombie-Roni. Descent is on sale. Or is that decent? Motocross Madness. I think Game Detective, you're just listing the games you have, aren't you? Okay, so yes, there is indeed Summer Sale Madness. Well, and if you're in Australia, it's actually Winter Sale Madness, but yeah. Yeah, indeed. Well, that's like me. I even have Farming Simulator 22, and I've had that for what, 6 or 8 months and haven't even played it once yet. Wow, $100. Holy moly. Well, that depending on, you know, if you're getting sales, that could be up to 10 games right there. Maybe even more, depends. All right, so we have a tie between Satisfactory and DSP. Factorio only got 1 official vote, so that was the first one Game Detective mentioned. Though I have been thinking of starting a brand new save with Factorio because of, well, it recently had been updated, I think. I don't know what's new in it, but 200 games in the library. Holy smokes. Crazy man in chat. Yes, that happens on Baroni. So even though lots of people come over on a raid, and there are people that probably are just as exhausted at the end of a stream as the broadcaster is, and they might log off. They might also decide to switch to a different game that they've been wanting to switch to but wanted to hang in on the last stream all the way to the end. You know, there's lots of different reasons why people don't stay for the raid, and that's completely fine. All kinds of things, you know, even IRL stuff. We're glad to have anybody that comes to stay. That's okay with me. So, all right, between Satisfactory and DSP, let's break the tie. Let's see where we go with that. There's a DSP. That's 1. That's true too, Firehammer. TSP or DSP, that's 2. Some of the viewers in the raid, and 1 for Satisfactory, so 2 for DSP, 1 for Satisfactory. Some of the raiders that come in, even though some of them may actually count as a viewer, are actually bots. So generally those actually stay because they're just bots and they don't know that they're switching streams. No, there are a lot of bots that don't count. So when you take a look at your actual viewer count, and then you take a look at your list and your streaming software, I use OBS, you can actually take a look and see that some of those names are not real people. You can see that right off the bat, but the list of users is longer than the actual viewer count, and that's because some of them are bots. No, Psycho, you get more than half count. You get a full count. You're a full-on viewer. There you go, Fire. That is true as well. That's true as well. You do have to hit a refresh button, or at least hit the live button on the in the stream itself. Usually in the left-hand side somewhere, in order to transmit the viewer count. You know what? We could do that. So hang on a second. Let's just do. Where's my poll command? Where'd my poll command go? I know, right? That's, yeah. Where'd my poll go? Hang on. No, poll, not goal. Jeez. There we go. Found it. Okay, question. Choose game. And let's put that on the right keyboard. I know what GD is going to do. Because honestly, you get to vote as many times as you want on it. Right, so DSP, satisfactory. We'll throw Factorio in there anyway because I'm sure somebody's going to want that. So we'll just run that for 5 minutes because that shouldn't start. I mean, that shouldn't take long. I vote once. Okay, there you go. The poll should be up. And wow, look what takes off into the lead. And all new viewers should have gotten some rocket fuel as well, or what are we calling it? Yeah, rocket fuel. I think we're calling it locks. I can't remember whether it's channel points or award points, or there's two different things going on. You found a late game save.
Dyson Sphere program, let's go.
Woohoo! Sweet, zombie. Cow chips, there you go. Cow chips. That's right. Things we used to play horse hockey. We called it horse hockey with road apples. 1 million. Holy smokes. Good job, zombie. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, and I think horse apples or road apples, that's right. I think Firehammer hit a what, a 10 layer sphere design, didn't you? Didn't you load one of those up, Fire? 10 layers, and I think the max was what was the max shell, the max size at on a blue giant, right? Did that gobble up the second planet's orbit, or was that only one planet inside the shell? Chicken sheets, haven't never heard of that one. That sounds interesting. I think. No planets in the shell. 10 terawatts. There you go. That's a monster. We might do something like that. Yeah. I know, you don't give two sheets, right, GD? Well, okay, we got right at about 1 minute left to vote. Well, 10 terawatts, that's right. That's right. If you got a good high luminosity star, you know, and sometimes you can get a blue giant up around, you know, 2.4, as well as an O-type star, 2.5-ish, around there. You can get 10 terawatts pretty easily off of one of those. Beer nuts and deer nuts? No, I don't know the difference. There's two real good answers to that, GD, and I like that one. I knew that one. The other one is if you say yes, then the next question is really, how do you know? Have you had both in your hands? Zombie found a game with 2.48 luminosity. I'm assuming game equals a blue giant, or something along that lines. Like Fire says, that's right. There are some 2.5s and or 2.5 plus. I don't think I've seen 2.6, but I think they are in there. Okay, so the results are DSP with the win. Okay. Let us fire up Dyson Sphere program. We have a win. Oh, Psycho is so hoping for Satisfactory. I know, mate. Well, you know what? We can do that on another stream as well.
Dyson Sphere program for the win.
Indeed. All right, let's head on over to our game page and get things fired up. And let's get this recentered on the viewable screen here. Yeah, DSP is DSP and Satisfactory are right up there together, I think, as far as quality of game and whatnot. So, I've been watching Fire playing that Astro Colony a little bit. Looks pretty cool. Looks pretty cool. Okay, so it looks like we actually left off on, oh yeah, the energy exchangers balancers. So we were actually going to let that run for a little bit and balance out. So I think we're probably going to be in good shape right now, because this was maxing out and it shouldn't have been. ESP is satisfactory not only on a whole planet, but a whole galaxy cluster. That's right. That's basically right. There you go. That's right, Fire. I knew it. I know there's 2.5 plus on there, you know, whether it's, you know, up close to 2.6. I don't know if I've ever seen a 2.6 though. Yeah, Fire. Put let's see, what category can we put that in? Well, we got them both. So blueprints for Dyson Sphere, Creativerse, Satisfactory, old blueprints, Captain of Industry. There's a section up there to throw those in. Oh, it's a mod. It's a research. Oh. Maybe that's just a list of. I think somebody did a list of 100,000 seeds to sort out. Yep, the O-types, or not the O-type, but the luminosity, highest luminosity values of the stars in a particular seed. Yep. I think there's a couple out there, Zombie. Somebody did one early on, probably about 6 or 8 months, maybe as much as 10 months after the game launched back in 2021. And I don't remember how many seeds they said there were. Obviously, there's potentially 10 or 99 million, because the seed numbers are 8 digits long. But I think they listed 100,000 seeds of the top highest luminosities, and of course the resources available in each of those systems or clusters, star clusters. That seed. Yeah, but I think a couple people have done something like that, and very useful. Oops. All right, so it looks like we actually did get the EEs balanced out. But what this is going to entail, though, is a little bit of rebuilding this section, because the areas that's available for building here are kind of screwed up by some of these things like this. You know, I got nanotubes stuck in here, which I really don't need to have. We got proliferation jammed in here, which we really don't need to have. And honestly, I don't even need the titanium, because that was very early game, since this is the inner planet of the home system. So let's just take a look at this. We can update the to-do list a little bit. And why isn't the to-do list showing up in the stream? What's going on there? Oh, I bet I know why. I will bet you if I go to the settings for DSP, Properties. Enable Steam overlay while in game is on. That's interesting. Why isn't the Steam overlay showing up in stream? Mysteries. Mysteries upon mysteries. This is the to-do list right here, and Steam has it ticked to enable Steam overlay while in game. Wow. I don't know why that's not showing up. Enable Steam overlay in game. Show toolbar as list view. Right. Use big picture. Shift tab. Game FPS counter. Oh, even the FPS counter's not showing up there in the top right. Ah, what's going on? Yeah, it is. It's up there. So we've got an FPS counter at the top right. We've got an FPS counter at the top left. The one at the top left is the game one. The one at the top right is the Steam one. At least they agree. Well, oh, by the way, welcome to the chat, Rekoff. No, we're, so what we do is with the game capture, it's much like the other games that we play, Vintage Story, Satisfactory, Captain Industry, and whatnot. It's game capture. So the Steam overlay is part of the game itself. So when you launch the game on Steam, the Steam overlay is injected into the game and is part of the game, and it should be showing up. I don't know why it's not right now, but that's going to be a Steam thing. I've got it shown in Steam overlays. The properties for the game, which is there we go. Capture third-party overlays. Dun dun dun. It was unticked for some reason. Thanks very much for that, Rekoff. So that gets the hunt and the detective brain cells working. And there we go. Alright, so we were actually doing that. Add nodes and frames to the gamut, right? We're doing that in crystal silicon, you know, we're going to do that. Remove all non-EE factories from battery plant. Right. That's right now what we probably should be doing, and remote call the blue juice to the battery planet and delete that, right, and remap the EEs. All right, so we're all good. The to-do list is actually up to date. And I reckon the first thing, so removing the factories to give us room to expand is, I'm not actually sure why we're doing nanotubes here, but it is a local supply. Oh, that's because we needed it for the blue juice. Dun dun dun, which doesn't have enough anyway, so we're just going to remote call the blue juice in. because that's the way we like to. And look, we're even making silicon over here. And again, it's probably for the blue juice. All right, so we can use. And here's a smallish one, self-contained. Let's just do a remote demand on this. And a local supply. I don't even actually know where we're using yellow at, or blue juice at. Are we proliferating? Yes, we are proliferating. Okay. That's why. So this is a local demand. Yep, so that's our first fix. And we didn't even add blue juice to this one, so that's kind of ridiculous. And that's why some of these batteries are getting... Can't see it on there. But that's why some of them are getting proliferated and some are not, or... Why would we... Oh, we're just proliferating the inputs to the EEs, that's why. So the empties are getting proliferated. That's right, because mostly proliferated inputs, so the outputs don't have to be proliferated because as a precaution, the inputs of where they're getting used at is getting proliferated. That's why. Which means... Yep, inputs are getting proliferated here as well. A little spaghettification there. Yep. Okay, so that means we can start wiping out some of these planets, factories. And we can start freeing up some space. Pretty sure those were just supplying, this could have been just supplying blue juice right there. So we don't need this. Let's just take as much of those and put them into there as possible, which they did. And we can go bigger than that. All right. And a remote call for the blue juice should be just fine. What we'll do is we'll make that a local supply only. Oh, the poor thing cannot charge. That poor thing. But it doesn't need to. Really? See if we can collect up a pole in this mess somewhere. Yeehaw! Didn't collect a single pole. Oh well. Well, this is actually not gonna get a sort out. because I don't need anything in here except blue juice. And as long as we got the blue being built on other planets, that's good enough for me. I just want to see if a power pole pops up into... There should be at least one power pole in here, I would think. And there so far has not been. And I'm just collecting up everything in view right now because it drops everything pretty much in one spot if you stand still in one spot. But I cannot imagine why. I got 26, so he only needs one. Okay. I don't think we're gonna need or get much more of anything else. I think all the blue is collected up already. Oh, a few more there. There we go, that's 20,000. Dinner time. Bring some back. Of course, we're just now outside of our breakfast zone here in Australia, and we're just almost into brunch. Well, almost 10:30, so just about into brunch. Now, we don't need to remote demand any of this stuff because that was just for that. Actually, we can recover our vessels. We'll leave a few drones in there. Okay, that's one, and did we mark that as a remote demand for blue? Yeah, so probably only need 5 in there. That's the way we want it. It'll get it locally. Now, these are probably going to remote supply. Remote supply and remote supply. Yep. So we may, so we're going to look at relocating that factory because the silicon ore is likely on the other side of the planet. All right, how are we delivering our blue juice from here? Local supply. So we can shut all of that off. So that's not getting what it needs. And oops, and of course that's not going to be needed here. We'll leave the local supply port on until all the blue have been evacuated, but as you can see, the rest of the factory's not doing anything anyway because of the lack of nanotubes. So need to be very careful not very careful not to zap. This is a horrible, horrible design anyway. I downloaded this, well, I snatched this blueprint from He Who Must Not Be Named as a stopgap until I got mine all situated, and this is just incredibly non-functional. I got those babies right up against those storage chests. Okay, that should do everything. Let's make room for any machines we need to recover. It looks like we got 50 of them. No, got 100. And a couple of splitter, or a splitter. And some belts. And let's see what we can stash a few of those away, I think. Do I have a slot for machines? I do not. Yes, I do. Alright, that, oh, and we can also probably free up a little room that away. Temporarily. Why do I have large storage chests? I can't even think of the last time I used those. Alright, and foundation is slam full. And we should be able to... Everything else is probably going to be just resources. Yeah, everything else is resources. Alright, that cleans up that area. And this was the original EE. And then our secondary EE. And then our excuse me, our supplementals. which will take overflow of the empties and get them charged up, which they are doing, but not at an extraordinarily fast rate either. Oh my goodness, we are into the ads. So sorry about that. We will be back shortly.
Attention, we are being followed. Shall I dispatch the welcoming drones?
Okay, we are back. And, oh, by the way, this little, up in the top left over here where my cam is, that is a image of the satellites that currently orbit the Earth. So, as it is, and that's a real depiction, it's actually taken from a real time. There are well over 10,000 satellites orbiting the Earth. So, if anybody ever has questions about why there are launch windows for rockets, shuttles, shuttle programs over with, but rocket shuttles, anything that we launch into space, the reason there are launch windows is because of that. Trying not to crash into 10,000 plus satellites orbiting our planet. And growing thanks to Elon Musk and his Starlink system, which is now adding hundreds upon hundreds, even more, until he blankets the planet and we no longer have launch windows that are feasible. And then the satellites have to be taken down to get them out of the way of feasible launch trajectories to Mars or wherever we're going. The most important satellite is the moon. Which one were you thinking of, Fire? Correct. Yes, indeed. Just, you know, that's such a deep thought topic about why and how the moon is important to our existence. Which is linked to, you know, why the orbit of the Earth is the distance it is from the sun. Because any closer, any further away, it could not sustain life. Okay, those guys are actually coming from this one right here. And they should be delivering remotely. They are. And I do have several other planets that are doing silicon, so this can be a future destruction, deconstruction to get rid of that. And so we need to take a look at this little mess right here in the middle, which of course is titanium. And we are botting the titanium. I don't know why we have it on local demand. Oh. It's botting the titanium ore to here as well as smelting. See, this is all early game. So got the miners on, got the smelters on. And since they were there, I just threw bots on to bring it over here, which it could be belted. I mean, this is only because the belt's limited to 30 per second. So we just exceed that with the bots to bring it over here. However, now that we got a mining planet, this is actually deprecated now. So it is only supplying, and of course titanium ore here, supplying by bots over, no, they all are. titanium ore operation really can go away. It is deprecated, but it's kind of full on right now, so we'll let it keep going doing what it's doing. I'm pretty sure all of these raw resources are being heavily mined and melted and on the mining planets. I think we can pretty well I need to make sure there's a bot set up. Hey, Chris! Chris 29. Oh, thank you very much for that, Chris. Firehammer was going to be on top of that. We had to choose a game. We had the viewer's choice today, and after we chose, we got right into it and didn't update our category. But thank you very much for that, Chris. Appreciate it. All right, so our ILS with the blue juice coming in. Oh, did you? Well, let's do a shout out for Chris too, because we got to have that spelled C-H-R-I-S. Awesome. You already got a follower there, Chris. And thank you very much, Rosen, for the follow. Cheers, mate. That must have happened while we were on break. Yep, that was on break. Thank you very much for the follow. All right, which ILS did we choose for? I think that was this one right here for distribution. Yep. So before we find ourselves in trouble, these of course can go away, and we'll just do a little before we throw that one in, we'll just do a little throwdown. One there. Oh, lack of. Yeah, because they're all right there. Now watch. Pretty sure this will be a no-go this close together. Yep, of course. That's all right. We'll get you started anyway. Just because we don't want to run into any ooh. Really? Oh no. No, 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 no. Please, seriously. Yeah. Oh, we got some kimberlite snuck in there. Where did that go? Anyway, yeah, so we'll go ahead and throw a distributor in there. Well, how is that going for you, Chris? It can't be horrible, right? Slow. No, not an infinite resources. That's not possible. Can't be slow with infinite resources. Can't be challenging at all. I have a 5-month sub badge. Wow, check me out. a 5-month sub badge. Actually, it's a tier 3 badge. Which is a 3-month badge, but 5 months. Believe it or not, that's exactly how long I've been streaming, 5 months. Where did you see that at? How did you see that without me having...
Attention, we are being followed. Shall I dispatch the welcoming drones?
Yes, Jeeves, thank you very much. Welcoming drones dispatched to Sea Moose. Thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, not really, Oz. I wish. But Twitch, believe it or not, is extremely on top of those kinds of shenanigans and don't allow it. Cheeky buggers. If only we could. Wouldn't that be awesome? That would be quite the awesome deal. Oops. I'm kind of curious how you even saw that. Oh, because I did type in the shout out. Yeah, okay. I usually let Firehammer do the typing for me, or G. That's right. So basically, Twitch gives us everything as the broadcaster. So we have infinite rocket fuel, we have highest tier sub, all that good stuff. And that's really part of the prevention of subbing to ourselves. Oh, you were playing. Well, you know, if you're playing Firehammer now, it's as simple as this. If you're playing, all you got to do is pop into my live voice channel and click share your screen in our live voice channel, and I can use that in our stream, and people can watch you and me playing Dyson Sphere program. Even though you're not streaming, it's the same as streaming. Or they can pop into voice channel and watch you and me. I think we'll do 1 or 2 more. They're not overly busy, but they have a long distance to go to. So let's just make sure. Let's make sure that there's going to be plenty available. And put one there. Don't need that one. Oh, well, I have, yeah, we can do that through Discord. That's one way. We also have this screen over here. So on the screen, if you're streaming or if you're in Discord, we can put your cam up there. I also have sharing slots to split the screen, but if you'd like to use Video Ninja, those instructions are in the live streaming category in my Discord. And in the live streaming category, there's a channel called On Stream Guest. And you can just follow the instructions right there for Video Ninja. It's super simple. You're playing a game, you fire up Video Ninja, you give me the link, and I add you as a browser source, and bam, you're live in the stream. You don't have to be streaming, just playing a game, you know, whatever you like. Super easy to set up. And Yeah, so, oh, wrong channel. There we go. Yeah, so I have things like that. So if people want to be a guest, or they just want to, you know, be on the, if you don't want to, if you just want to chat with your live cam, you can do that. If your cam is a game, that's fine as well. So we have several ways we can do that as a guest to the stream, through Discord, or through Video Ninja. Yeah, I figured those guys might get going somewhere. We might do... three should be enough to really get them. They're not overly busy. I mean, it's not like a flood of them are coming up. But they do have a little bit of distance to go to get here. Yeah, let's just make sure there's plenty of them to have several en route and not waiting to return. So let's copy a couple more. Oh, look. Alone. GFA, good morning, sir. How are you doing today? Okay.
Yo!
Fucked out of existence.
Sorry. Come here.
Save my goddamn banana too. I deserve that for what I did to my...
Okie dokie. That looked like Sea of Thieves. I do too. I do too. It's just got a lot of foul language in it. We'll sneak that one in there. How are things? You are not at work. You are on your 2-week vacation. How are you enjoying your 2 weeks of no worries? I haven't played Sea of Thieves. I've seen quite a few people play it. Wasn't that Sea of Thieves, or was that War Thunder? Or that looked like Sea of Thieves. It was, okay. Yeah, that can happen. All right, look at all of that going in and out. So we've already got quite a bit coming in and quite a bit going out already. Not via drones, so all of this going out is going out because of bots. Which is fine. How's it getting filled up with? Oh, the vessels from other planets. They're not even using these vessels yet. Okay, so that should prevent any blue juice mishaps here on the planet. So now that this PLS probably has run dry, not that one, that's not a PLS rocket. This one right here. Nope, not this one. There we go. All done. What was coming over here? We were bringing Diamond over. Wow, that was completely and totally unnecessary. Tis but gone now, anyway. Because we don't need any of that. Now, everybody's got blue juice that needs it. Now we don't need this operation going on, and we can finally free up this area. That's actually going to give us quite a few of the machines back that we need. And I'll have to keep an eye on that. Oh, 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 oh. Dang it. Doggone it. There we go, rocket, you bonehead. Told you to be careful of that. Ooh, killed that one too. Let's get that put back before we run into any issues there. And this was coming over. Ah, I see what I was doing there. Okay, we can fix that back up. And we will just bring that down. We can't bring it down because it can't turn the corner. There we go. There we go. Okay, that fixes that, and then we can reroute this later as we expand the expand those. Boy, that's a lot of empties on the belt. I don't like them to be on. That's a long stretch. Because how ridiculous is that? Oh, thanks for the bonehead, Clipfire. Yes, indeed. Well, we do have another bonehead moment here. If anybody wants to identify it quickly. No room to put it in there. Well, I got an idea. All right, so taking a look at this, we'll zoom in a little bit. So we've got empties that are proliferated coming in on top of or a belt above the charged EEs. I mean the charged accumulators. And if we follow this all the way back, it is coming on the output of this line, or it's actually a continuation of this line going on around and coming all the way up and then coming back in to this new line and going on down. So, name the bonehead moment there. That'll be worth some rocket fuel for your balance. Full length of Munich belts. Hang on. Unnecessary belts. Yes, so why is that belt unnecessary? Or rather, how is it unnecessary? Correct. Feeding from this end up and reversing the belt, so instead of coming down from the top, it should be going up toward the north, or whatever direction that is. They can still split out and feed into the EEs. Now the big question is going to be, yeah, I was probably thinking too far ahead of what I was going to do or something like that, and not thinking about, thinking thoroughly about what I needed to be doing by extending this line. What's going to be the only problem that could crop up with flipping these belts? Yeah, exactly. So what I'm going to have to watch for is any belts that are actually inside the splitter when I'm flipping a path. The very end of that may not flip. So we've seen a few little glitches like that show up in BSP. So if any of these branches end up unpopulated, or any of these sections that I'm flipping are stalled where they stay full and they don't feed out. That means that something got stuck in the flip process in the splitter. So I'll have to just keep an eye on that until we're satisfied that the flipping has been successful all the way down the line. This one we can actually leave connected, coming in both sides until that's empty. And the reason I didn't do a delete yet on this one is because there's a specific amount of empty accumulators in the system, and deleting them would upset that balance. And so would deleting the fully charged ones. Alright, so that's, we'll come back to that in just a second. And we could actually put some extras. How many have we got? We got a bunch of extras, so let's just split this between a few of the PLSs. And then we'll throw the rest of them back into the ILS. These we don't need, or those. Oops. Okay. Now, those are not EEs, but up here, got, accumulators, some empties and some full ones. Just want to make sure. Yep, there's a few empties there. Ori, how are you doing today? Space robots are a myth. Only until the next update. Only until the next update. Unless you count the drones and the bots currently in the game. Ah, excellent. Is that in DCS, X12, or MSFS? FS 2020, cool. Is that the one that's free and open source, or is that X-Plane? Actually, is X-Plane... X-Plane's not free, is it? I know there's a free version of Flight Sim out. There's probably a number of them. I really wish I had I wish I had a flight deck or flight controls. I would be fully into the flight simulators if I had more than a joystick. If I had an actual, you know, a yoke or a flight deck set of controls. Oh, they're payware. Okay, yep. A rework and update. We like that when that happens, though, especially if they're good updates. Alright, where is it? There's one more hanging around here somewhere. Sure, it's not that critical. Oh, there was a fully charged one, or 7 fully charged ones. No kidding. No kidding. So the working title AI is very, very real now. No doubt. Oh, the icon at the top right? Oh, the middle. This one right here. Yep, there they are. I never knew that that was a thing. How about that? And apparently I'm too far away from it to collect it, which is... Oh. Oh. I am too far away to collect it. Holy moly. Wonder how those got dumped there. Thanks for that, Oz. Excellent. Now we can put our fully charged in there. Our empties in there, and we should be good to go there. Autosave just in time. Your day's not a loss. I can see we got one that's off here. I can hardly imagine your day being a loss, GD. I mean, Ori. You and GD are both dark purple. Alright, what's going on here? Full output, which means it's not connected. It is connected. How come your output is stuck? It's not because it's not all the way connected. Yeah. Good eye, Oz. Okay, so you may not know, or you may not be aware, there's a reason why all of these are on and charging accumulators. I'm not stockpiling anything. It's not how accumulators and energy exchangers work. Nothing is getting stockpiled because that would screw the system up. So what we have is any factories that are on a planet somewhere needing power, there are some energy exchangers set down on the planet to call for full batteries only, which they'll be used. They'll discharge the batteries to power the factories, and they'll send the empties back to here. So that is just a simple loop, and you can think of it as a closed loop like pneumatics or hydraulics or even radiator system in your car. So cold water goes out to the engine, circulates through the engine, absorbs the heat, sends it back to the radiator to discharge the heat. This is the exact same thing. So while you're driving your car, you're not creating more water to go in your car, keep it cool. Same thing with these energy exchangers. You don't create more batteries just because there are some getting discharged and used at their source. So it's closed loop. So these are only charging the batteries that are in use throughout the star cluster. And since I don't use them on every planet, because I have the artificial stars on some planets, I use some generators on other planets. I use everything in the game, so everything is in use somewhere in the star cluster. So the only time I have to really, so that makes us unattended, just like your car's engine. It's unattended water. Correct, Ori. Correct. So it's all about the total number. So there's a finite number of empty accumulators in the system, in the closed loop system, that are either that should be traveling back to the home planet here to get charged up. So the main idea to keep this under control, excuse me just a second. The whole trick to keeping this under control is for every energy exchanger that is here charging batteries, there should be a twin or its sister on a planet somewhere discharging the batteries. That is one part of the calculation in consideration of how fast the energy exchanger can operate. So if 10 empties, or let's say we're on another planet powering a factory, if 10 fully charged batteries go in, the time it takes to discharge those batteries determines how many of its twins are on the home planet. Correct, Ori. This is a tidal locked. This is in my home system, so it's a tidal locked planet. And it is my home system, so all of the solar panels are on the lit side of the planet. There you go. And it generates roughly 8.5 megawatts, if I'm not mistaken. Which is what makes it ideal for a battery world. Almost 9 gigawatts. What did I say, megawatts? 9 gigawatts. So as long as you've got the land area to mirror or make a twin of the EEs to match whatever's been out in the installed on planets out in the cluster, then you should be fine. Yes, you can use ray receivers for your energy exchangers, and that's actually ideal because the whole theme of the game is Dyson spheres. So Dysons produce power to generate power a civilization, generate power to power a civilization. So these energy exchangers can be hooked up to anything that creates, electricity to run them. I mean, you could even use generators, panels, Dyson ray receivers, whatever. That's interesting, G. Something looked out of syntax, though, at that first part. So Mr. Jeeves told you connect message set to /me is ready. No. Ray receivers only collect power from the Dyson structure, the Dyson itself. Ray receivers never collect power from the star that the Dyson is orbiting. And the ray receiver is the part that get the name. The ray receiver is what confuses people because everybody thinks of sun rays, sunlight. That's correct, Oz. Any structure part of the Dyson, so the node, the frame, the sails, any structure of the Dyson, well, every structure of the Dyson generates power that the ray receivers can collect from. So that's frames, nodes, frames, and sails. And as long as the ray receivers can see any portion of those in the Dyson, it'll collect power from them. That's correct. Well, sails are considered to be a structural part of a Dyson, so even if they're just in a swarm and not connected to or installed and absorbed into a Dyson, it's still a Dyson part. It's just in the form of a swarm. So that is 100% correct. All right, we're going to leave that now until what we're going to do is we're just going to double check on our titanium. This is a source of titanium for the entire star cluster. It's part of the mining. It's just not on the mining planets. Now, in comparison, solar panels do have to be within view of the star, obviously. So I have set these up so that at the very outside edge, they have to be collecting at least 30%. So in this case, the intensity is 33%. I generally don't go below 30% because it's really just not useful conversion of energy. So probably the lowest one is a 29. Right there. That's the lowest you'll see of the panels. So they're at the what I call the perimeter of visible light, so a little bit of that is reflected atmosphere light that it's collecting because it doesn't have direct view of the sun or the star. It's just on the cusp. The terminus, thank you. Correct. Alright, so that is a good bit of cleanup we did on that, so I think we're done for the moment on here. Charge it. Right, if doing an exchanger power setup, you usually need ray receivers to provide the grid power from the sphere to charge accumulators. That is correct. So that's how it's working. So the energy exchanger is the go-between. Okay, so if you think about it as the panels are the source of energy. Well, the star is the source of energy. The panel's collecting that energy and transferring it to the grid. The energy exchanger, the EEs, are just collecting that energy from the grid to charge up batteries. So that is absolutely correct, Oz. It doesn't matter whether you're using panels to collect the energy. It doesn't matter if you're using generators, thermal power plants to produce the energy for the grid, for the EEs to use, or mini fusion power plants, or ray receivers. Doesn't matter, or even mini stars, artificial stars. Yeah, so even though the mini star is a 72 megawatt capacity, the energy exchangers are only going to utilize the rated power of the energy exchanger, only 45 megawatts. So it doesn't matter if it's artificial stars or ray receivers, which are basic generation is 6 megawatts. That's the basic. Remember, that can be can be larger than that. These are only what, 120? Well, it depends on how much you're getting at 100%. Solar panels are rated at 360 kilowatts. So it doesn't really matter what the source of the power is coming into the grid. The energy exchanger is only going to use a maximum of its capacity, rated power, 45 megawatts. So, in that instance, depending on how many energy exchangers you have in use, or that you've employed, using artificial stars, you can use fewer of those to power more energy exchangers than any of the lower tier energy sources. So artificial star produces the most, mini fusion is the second, your ray receivers is the third, your thermal power plant is the fourth, and then solar panels are the bottom. Or actually, it doesn't even have to be solar panels. Windmills are the bottom of that tier. Oh, right. Okay, so that was a little early. I just got our ad break warning, and it's about 3 minutes early. Interesting. And then there's geothermal. There you go. Geothermal, what's geothermal rated at? And of course it depends on where in the lava flow. So it's 2.4 versus 2.16. Yep, so geothermal comes in just before, as a higher tier above the thermal power plant. That's if you can get a geothermal plopped into something that's 100%. I've gotten some up to 135. That will depend on the depth of the tile, the depth of the lava that in the tile that it's set on, plus the depth of the surrounding area. I've seen as high as 35. Nothing much higher. That's just like on some of our ice planets or water worlds. filling in with soil can take you, can take up as, you know, as much as 10 or 20,000 soil just to fill a tile square because of how deep it is. Yep, so as you're, before you place the geothermal, as you have it in your hand, all you have to do is make sure that you hover directly over the tile you're going to put it on and wait to see what its rating is going to be when you drop it. So sometimes you got to, it's a real micromanaging thing. You got to really play around with, once you find a high output area, really play around with your north, south, east, west movement to maximize the tile you drop it on. That's correct, Sami. On some of the water worlds, depending on where you drop foundation or soil pile, when you hover over a particular tile, it'll tell you how many it's going to take. Sometimes they're so deep that'll take 10,000 soil right off the bat, right on that one tile, to fill that up to the surface. It's crazy. Some of the ice planets I've been on, I've seen tens of thousands just to fill a minor 5x5 square. I call these majors. The big one, where it's a 4x4, that's a major tile. The minor one is the 5x5, and then the sub-minor is the tile itself. That's just how I look at it. Yeah, that's right, Zombie. I think there is definitely a proximity issue. Just like with the power poles, you can only set them, like the solar panels, they can go side by side. That's not an issue. But the windmills, the geothermals, they have a proximity issue they can't impinge on. Okay, let's get, just gonna take a quick overview. I think that's cleared up quite a bit of space to work with, so we can expand that a little bit more. Oh, we gotta clean that up. Alright, so finish off cleaning this section right here. I did cut off the blue juice from here and here. So this is all going in the wrong direction, but that's okay. We'll take that out. And we will throw in a we could put that right there. Or could make that a little easier on ourselves. That is actually coming in this way. That'll make sure anything coming down this way is proliferated. Because that is an output. Getting proliferated. You broke Jeeves. We also want to make sure these are going out. Coming over here. We do want that proliferated. We also want that proliferated. So what we'll do, hang on, do I have a spot? Do not have a spot. That is going to have to be generated by a bot. So what we'll do is we'll take put one there. Let's see if we can connect up. No, up here, up here. I'm pointing up here, not down there. No, up. Wow, seriously, come on. Up here. Thank you. Boy, that can be annoying sometimes. Go. Yes. And we don't need this. Is he back online or? Poor Jeeves. Poor Jeeves. So Jeeves is wow, go me, plowed right through the break. I am so sorry for all of you viewers that are not subscribers who missed part of the conversation, missed part of the gameplay because the 3-minute ads ran. Of course, Jeeves was offline when that announcement should have happened. I'm so sorry about that. And of course, the timer was 3 minutes early, so I shut it off and then completely ignored the fact we were only 3 minutes away from the ad starting. All right, we are 52 minutes away from the next one. You broke the automatic announcement, because that is not announcing now. It didn't. It didn't the last go through. That's what. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Yes, and ours do too. So our ads run on the bottom of the app. because I start my streams at 9:30, so I actually start the stream at 9:25. That gives Twitch synchronization a chance to catch up, which gets it right close to 9:30. And now Jeeves will automatically announce that. Still keep the timer going just to make sure, until I'm confident that Jeeves is going to give me a few seconds to tell everybody that we're going to be right back on a bio break, and then the ads will run moments later. I actually don't need this to be full up, so let's stop that right where it's at. Right about, let's just do 5. It really shouldn't be going that fast, so they won't get used up that incredibly fast. Yeah. Okay. Shouldn't have any stray belts laying around. Okay, good. I don't see any stray belts laying around, so it looks like we cleaned up pretty good that time. Wonderful. Okay. Yeah, so Zombie, what I decided when I very first started streaming 5 months ago was 100% least intrusive, and I hate ads with a passion. So I did my research and found out that we can run all of the ads in one go once an hour, and that's how I set up the stream. We have always only ever been ads once an hour, because I don't like ads in every 10 minutes, every 20, 15, 20. I don't like that. So we get them all out of the way in one go. But I'm annoyed. Yeah, I'm annoyed easily. So, you know what? Watching TV, and in Australia, ads run about once every anywhere from 6 to 8 minutes, depending on what TV channel you're watching. That annoys me to no end. And unfortunately, even when they run once every 8 minutes, you'll see a string of 6, 7, 8 ads in a row during that time. Run for about 3 minutes. 3 minutes every 8 minutes. I hate that. You have unexpected ads on streams that you're just a viewer on. That's, as far as I know, it's only dependent on the schedule that the streamer sets up, other than a pre-roll. So there's actually a setting that the broadcaster can use to turn off pre-rolls. And what that will do is that will give you the mid-roll ads at the same time as everybody else. Even if you popped into the stream 5 minutes before the mid-roll ads run, you won't get anything until the mid-roll ads run, and then you'll get that full 3 minutes worth 5 minutes after coming into the stream. If that's when you came into the stream. And then you won't get them for a full hour after that with everybody else. Okay, that gives us room for a few more. This is kind of janky because of the mining operation, so once I pull this up, we'll pull this back in line it up, and move this one over. Now that that's got plenty of room to move over. And of course, we won't be local supplying these anymore. We can just go ahead and remote supply those. Not that they'll probably go anywhere. Turn them to the right one, Rocket. There you go. Local supply, remote demand, very good. Okay. Alright, so what does that, thank you, autosave. So that is remove all non-EE factories from the battery planet. We did remote call the blue juice, so let's take that one off. We haven't done the full remapping yet. Alright, remove all... That only leaves a couple of miners. So that mining facility, and then removing these. These are still going pretty strong. So we are remote supplying all of these. This is the only one. Unless, let's just check something here. So we'll go to our mining planet system. Factory and all mining. All mining should have... No silicon crystal being produced there. That's why we're doing it here. That can't possibly be enough. So no silicon crystal is being produced on the mining system. Oh, maybe it's on Epsilon Mining. No, there's no silicon over there. And that's probably why. I'll bet you the all mining operation, it's got silicon. And we should be doing crystal over there. Unless we've got fractal being converted somewhere. I'll bet you that's what the issue is. So let's just go to entire and look for our fractal. So far that looks like it's coming from one planet. Yep, there's no fractal. Oh, hold on. Yes, there is. Right there. Not very much, that's for sure. So that can't be converting. I mean, I'm sure it's converting to crystals, so let's see where that's coming from. The local planet is 10K. So fractal should be coming from, I doubt it's Situla. There it is, Theta Equili. And Theta Equili is actually on the list. Crystal Silicon on Theta Equili 4. So that's where fractal and silicon is coming from. Yes. Theta Equili 4. Alright, so once we get that boosted up, we can eliminate this little issue over here. So we're just converting silicon into crystal. Alright, let's head on over. Theta Equili 4. Here we come. That's the correct planet, which has fractal and silicon. Yay, red science! Good on ya, zombie. Good on ya. That's a win. Alright, let's see if we, once we get up to speed here, so once we're at 2,000, alright, we should be able to get our bias close to 0. Of course, warping is probably going to change that a little bit. There we go, right about there. That should bring us in real close. Should. No. Alright, should have had your finger on the button there, Rocket. Because I certainly didn't have it ready to go. Better. Plunk. Okay. So we've got our crystal, our fractal. Coming over here. Crystal into, or normal ore into silicon, normal ore, and then fractal.
Attention, we are being followed. Shall I dispatch the welcoming drones?
Thank you very much, Mr. Jeeves, and thank you for the follow, Mr. Taco. How are you doing today? Let's get... Good on ya. There he is.
I'll put anything in my mouth for kids. Sick kids. Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh no. I'm sure that was in response to Andrew. BL Andrew. Did he ask you what you'll put in your mouth? That was a short clip. That probably was from way long ago. You probably don't even remember what that question was. But if anybody gets a chance to, definitely check out Mr. Taco's channel. His streams are full on, full fun, fully entertaining, and fully shock value. Uh-oh. Nice. So do you, I imagine you have the Scoville scale sitting on your desk somewhere or in a notepad somewhere. What's the hottest that you've eaten on that scale? Scoville, yeah. Pure capsicum? Yeah. Or capsaicin. Sorry. I get that. In Australia, they call peppers, you know, bell peppers, they call them capsicums. I get that confused. Capsaicin. Pure. Oh, is it a lie? Is it somewhat or kinda or fully inaccurate? Because I know there are something up in the double-digit millions rating for hotness. Kinda inaccurate. I don't reckon it's been updated very often. Yeah, that's what I figured. Marketing. Always got to consider that fact. Always got to consider that fact. So, yeah. Apollo pepper. I've had some hot stuff in my day, but I've never really had anything hot enough to reach the 1 million on that scale yet. I could never. I mean, back in the day, I probably could have. But now, because I used to visit a place called Frank's Oyster Bar in Panama City, Florida, every weekend, my brother was stationed at Tyndall Air Force Base. I was at Eglin Air Force Base. Frank's Oyster Bar was almost smack dab between Panama City Beach and Fort Walton Beach, where I was. So we'd meet up at Frank's Oyster Bar and we would eat oysters on the half shell or with a sleeve of saltine crackers. You know, we'd eat 3 or 4 dozen of those easily. You know, with our beers and have a chat and a good time. And Frank's Oyster Bar had a sauce, the house sauce, and he called it the marine sauce. And let me tell you, that stuff was hot. And I don't know where it rated on the Scoville scale. But you know what? Anybody that wanted to prove they had a set on them, you know, that were brass, a brass set, they would go to Frank's Oysters Bar and have some oysters on a half shell with the marine sauce. No way, no. You know, we don't do that in the U.S. That's an at your own risk thing. If you think you're smart enough to handle, you know, something on the millions or something Scoville scale, that's on you. No waivers. You can't sue anybody else for your own stupidity. Yeah, the back end. That's right. That's exactly right, Mr. Taco. And people abuse that freedom all the time. And I did. And you know what? I we're doing that. We did that for years, every weekend for years, and I'm paying for it because I now have the worst possible case of acid reflux due to that. If I hadn't been doing that, trying to be a man, I probably wouldn't have acid reflux right now. That I have to take medication for it to control. Yeah. Well, Zombie, that's not because that's because it's easy to file a suit against anybody for any reason, even your own stupidity. The whole reason the McDonald's lawsuit from the hot coffee happened is because that woman put the coffee between her legs while she was driving and either broke the cup or, you know, with her leg, or she swerved or something or stopped too fast and it spilled on her, burned her. So she sued McDonald's for her own stupidity. That happens in America every day. Is there a Netflix doco on that? Hot coffee. Yeah, the lids pop off all the time, but you should assume that there's no lid on a cup, whether it's a soft drink or a coffee or anything. But, you know, most people can't make coffee, unless it's iced coffee, most people can't make coffee without boiling water somewhere and then adding coffee to it. Unless it's iced coffee. Yeah, I'll go with that, Taco. I'll go with that. It's hard to brew coffee because of coffee bean being a roasted bean. It's hard to brew coffee with cold water. So it has to be boiling. It has to be hot enough to boil. So people that drink hot fluids, if they don't understand the concept of, oh, this might be hot and it might burn me, and that they don't have to be careful because there might be something hot in the cup, well then, you know, that's on them. Stupid is as stupid does. Yeah, the sad thing is if McDonald's has to say or has to print something on a napkin or a cup or a box that's, you know, like the hot apple pie or something that says contents may be hot because it was cooked. Yeah, it's probably hot. So normal human beings should think that foods that are cooked hot, liquids that are boiled hot, should probably be careful before they put it on their tongue or touch it to their skin. You know, I'm just saying, that's just me. Unfortunately, I don't have Netflix, so I can't watch that. Okay, so we have a miner. That is on a 4, and I don't know why we're using drones because it would be a whole lot faster to belt stacks of 4 over than it would be to use drones. But it's also not doing anything, so pull up, pull on. Oh, I know why, because we're using up all the ports. That's why we did that. All but 1. All but 2. Actually, all but 3. So we could actually, 1, 2, 3, plus another one is 4. We could actually use 4 ports on here. Not available in Canada. Yeah, common sense is way too uncommon. The Pepsi Jet. Oh, Jeeves Web UI was broke. Okay. What's the Pepsi Jet? Oh, absolutely, Taco. Yeah, go ahead. I trust everybody's links that are... Oh. Who caught that? Jeeves? Jeeves deleted. GFA, my friend. Yes, thank you. Is that permit by user, or can we just... I'd much rather I'd much rather allow links because everybody that comes to the show here is allowed to post a link. It's the ones from bots, which, you know, bot users, and I ban bot users. Well, we can't do the VIP or above because I'm only allowed 10 slots for VIPs. That's not enough. If we can get that turned off, gee, that would be better. And if anybody posts an unacceptable link, they just get banned for life. There's no way around it. Oh. Well, Twitch only allows 10 VIPs, so that sucks. Yeah, turn it off. Turn it off. I want everybody to be able to post a link if they wish. If it gets out of hand, they just get banned for life. I'll leave it up to everybody's judgment. Stupidity has its own rewards, so if somebody wants to take the risk. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Hang on a second. Let me get... What? There was a bunch of back and forth because Pepsi stated they would buy the points at 10 cents per point. Oh, is that what the Pepsi Jets were? Pepsi points. Ah, right. Saved up 70 million points. Okay, I gotcha. Gotcha. So Ori says, the coffee was too hot, but there is a level of personal responsibility that is required. However, just blindly taking the word of a documentary because they claim it is a documentary is foolish. Never give up your ability to think critically. Good point. Good point, Ori. An ad that ran on US TV said Learjet 70 million points. Ah, right. Thank you, G. I appreciate that. Good grab. I think Jeeves posted that link. Did it go through? Mr. Taco did. Where's the? There it is. I got it. I got it. Hang on. And I'm just gonna open up. I'm always interested in all views, all facts, all ideas surrounding a particular topic of controversy. So McDonald's sells its coffee at 180 to 190 degrees Fahrenheit, which is almost 100 degrees C for everybody in metrics. Coffee at that temperature, if spilled, causes third degree burns. Yeah, that's a no-brainer. You know, that's kind of like, you know, if you turn your hot water heater up to 180 degrees and you go into the shower and you burn yourself, are you gonna sue the hot water manufacturer? Hot water heater manufacturer? No, that's plain stupidity. Yep. We know about third degrees don't heal without skin grafting. Risk of harm is unacceptable. Well, I guess my big question about that would be, for the particular brand of coffee that McDonald's is brewing, does it have to be brewed at that 180 degrees? Or can it be brewed at a lower temperature to prevent reaching the third degree burns threshold? So Hmm. Zombie says then the 70 million points for legitimate jet. So the ad was later changed to just kidding. Thank you, G. Yeah, I just copied that one. It was basically illegal for a civilian to own a piece of military hardware, decommissioned or not. Yeah, that used to be a thing, Zombie, back in the day. That's only changed recently. Well, recently I say within the last few decades. Last couple of decades. Also served in a cardboard cup. Yeah, that, you know what? Even before styrofoam came along, that's exactly right. Cardboard or paper cups were how these things were served. Which also, so Sarah Haggis, that's kind of a interesting common sense point too. With cardboard cups or paper cups, you can feel the transfer of heat and cold through those much more readily than you can with a styrofoam cup. So there should have been a clue to begin with that if it's too hold the cup, you don't put it in your lap between your legs. So again, common sense should be playing a part, but that's kind of a misnomer because common sense is not common by any stretch of the imagination. And by the way, welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you, Sour Haggis. Yeah, you know, as far as McDonald's goes, my big thing, and it really doesn't matter about if it's McDonald's or Burger King or Jack in the Box or Albuquerque fried turkey. I don't care who it is. What's the temperature that coffee, the minimum temperature coffee needs to be brewed at, so that you're not just arbitrarily reaching into the scalding range, you know? Can you still brew coffee at 140 degrees or 150 degrees or 160 degrees? You know what I mean? So yeah, see a rolling boil handed to a person in a flimsy cardboard cup, you know. Yeah, you know, rolling boil is 212 degrees F or 100 degrees Celsius. That would kind of be, you know, ridiculous to hand somebody that, but somebody that's being handed that should also say, I'm not touching that. So, yeah.
Attention, we are being followed. Shall I dispatch the welcoming drones?
Yes, thank you, Jeeves. And Fiery Boy, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Fiery Boy in the house. Yeah, so this actually needs to be adjusted a little bit. How are you doing today, Fiery Boy? So we actually only need one coming in here. So what we'll do is we'll just take this down and take this out. And we will check this out. Yeah, I haven't seen this in a while. This belt going right through this rock. As long as I've been playing this game, I've never seen something like that before. Actually, we'll just bring it out to there. So Ori, I'm just reading Ori here. To be honest, the server pouring the coffee, seeing the pot of coffee at a rolling boil, would say to themselves, I can't serve that. At least I would. Yeah, you know, the server also has to pick it up with their hands too. So that should be an indication of, oh my gosh, that's hot to my hands. I should probably warn my customer that it's pretty hot. So be careful handling it just with your hands. That would have been a thought process I would have had, not from my employer standpoint, but from a one person to another person standpoint. I probably, if I'm going to hand something either really, really cold or really, really hot to somebody that should probably take, you know, gloves to handle it, I'd probably warn the person that I'm handing it to, who might have a different sensitivity to temperature, be careful with this, or make sure they've got a grip on it before I let go, because they may jerk away going, oh, that's too cold, or oh, that's too hot for me to touch. Just because I can handle it doesn't mean they can. So that's just what I would be thinking from one person to another person, forgetting about the fact that I'm employed by somebody or whatnot. But then as an employee of a company, I would also want to be imparting some company standards as part of the protocol of communicating with my customers and customer care. That would come into play, and I would think, oh, let me warn my customer as a McDonald's employee that this needs attention. Take caution, this is going to be hot, so on and so forth, because you're building a reputation with your customer. And again, that's just me. But apparently that's not a very common thought process that goes on, because most of the employees that work at McDonald's are in high school. So they haven't learned that concept yet. And McDonald's doesn't teach that concept. So they just want their paycheck at the end of the week so they could go put gas in their car and go out and party. You know, it's McDonald's Corporation has to be on top of that aspect and make part of their training program, this is how you have to communicate and take care of our customers, and that's part of the job. But McDonald's doesn't do that, so, you know, or they don't stay on top of it if they do. Because it's really hard to teach a teenager to do something you want them to do, because they got their own thoughts and ideas about what should be done. And they're really hard to get them swayed away from their own ideas. I know, because I was a teenager once. And, oh, let me tell you, when I was a teenager, I knew everything. I knew more than my parents did. That's how switched on I was as a teenager. Yep. And the older I got, the less I knew. Let me tell you. Exactly, GFA. That is speaking from experience. Oh yeah, Mr. Taco, that's absolutely correct. You know, anything that can be damaging to a corporate reputation has to be a fire put out. It has to be handled right away so that it doesn't get out of hand. Damaging. Absolutely. So there's going to be
bits
Oh, Mr.
received.
Taco, thank you very much for that. Holy moly, 200 bits. And does Mr. Taco go to the top of the rank? Almost knocked AK out of there. But thank you very much for that, Mr. Taco. Very much, much appreciated. I don't even think I put that in the right place. We're going to find out here real quick. Oh, look at that. Okay, so I actually discovered what this is all about. So even though I picked up this box to copy, and the inserters are pointing left, east. You can see they're ghosted pointing left. You go to put it on top of the splitter and they're pointing the wrong direction. That's because the splitter has been rotated, which will automatically rotate the placement for the box, which swings the inserters around, and there's no way to get around that. So the only thing to do is to grab any box and make sure. Here's another glitch that's still not going away. So the belt is feeding the box. Every single slot is a stack of 50, or should be for the fractals. And the box only accepted 48 for 2 of those slots. So, yeah, so... Oh, Own 3D is still here. Hang on. I thought I got rid of Own 3D. I'll have to go in and see where the setting is to unjoin, because there's a join command, I think, to have the bot join the channel. Should be, I want to be able to kick it without ban. Hang on, let me see if I can do a kick. Should be able to do a kick. So, kick, own, unrecognized command. So we can't do a kick. So even though that's an IRC command and Twitch chat is based on IRC, there are some IRC commands that don't work. Okay, anyway, I reckon I'll fix that in just a second. Let me just sort this out real quick. So now that I do have a new box, and you can see by the top of the box, this is what the big issue is. You can see the 2 flares on the top of the box are facing in a different direction when I set it on top of the splitter, because the splitter defines the orientation of the box going on top of it. Now that I've got the splitters coming out the long side of the flares instead of the short side of the flares, now when I copy it upwards, it's copied in the right direction. But it's all about the flares on the top of the storage box that tells you its orientation, its direction. So there you go. Now that is belted in. That should be fine that way. So that frees up 2 ports there. I need to scroll back a little bit here in chat to catch up, because I have not been. And to answer your question, Ori Dark, no, you cannot rotate the box, which is really weird, because we have a key, a hotkey, the R key, to rotate most everything. But when you're placing it on top of a splitter, it adopts the orientation of the splitter, and you can't rotate it away from that orientation. Let's see. Yeah, the robo-dialers. That's right. Let's see. The person would phone a fast food restaurant, somehow be able to describe an employee and say that they were a police officer investigate. I've heard about lots of those happening. Then demand the manager to perform a search of the employee in question. Yeah, there was even some TV shows on that was really horrific. But you know, you got to remember some of those shows are produced as well. So production of a show means that there's an agenda being followed, and the show is tweaked to address that agenda, which is the producers want to make money, so they have to make it shocking or have shock value or make it entertaining. Otherwise, the producer's not doing their job and could get fired. Well, I don't want to ban it, but I think I might have to, GFA. But yeah, I think over on the Own 3D site, there should be a join and an it's either join or unjoin. I have a lot of builds that are still using the box line zombie. I didn't see a severe need to go back and change them to bot lines. So periodically, you are most definitely going to see some box line in here, and you will even see some belt line setups in here too. But for the most part, bot lines are my go-to now. Box lines still have a use, but not very often or not very frequently. Yeah, so employee has no right to search your person. That's right. The most they can do, at least in America, is have the police show up to do search. Right, that's right. Yeah, the bot line is pretty efficient. However, I will say this, for anybody here that has experimented with box line and then experimented with bot line, there are pros and cons to both. One of the pros to the bot line is it removes the total lack of worry of supply. So, you know, things coming out on a belt or getting delivered down the line with inserters, the speed, the ratios, it eliminates all that because you're using the bots instead, which are fast and efficient, and you don't have to worry about that aspect. However, with the bots, that's right, and bot lines don't get contaminated. I will say one of the cons to bot line is the inability to mix too many bot line setups on a planet, because the bots act just like the PLS and ILS do on a priority system. And I have had this problem before where I have set up a bot to request a material from right next door or right close by, and the bots go get that material from the other side of the planet where that distributor was placed down first, because remember, priority system in DSP is age based. So it will go halfway around the planet to get that product and bring it back here, instead of going right next door or right within the local vicinity to get it, because the local one or the closest one was the newest distributor bot placed down, so its age is too young. It will go to the oldest one or age-based oldest one first. So that can start to be a problem in a bot line planet. So you got to be really, really careful there. In that instance, to give it any kind of credibility as far as the functionality and effectiveness of bot lines, you pretty much have to have a good idea of what your whole planet is going to look like before you place down the very first factory on it. So have it mapped out in your mind or on your whatever software you use to map out factories for your planet, and place them down in the order that you want those priorities to be given. So there's a lot of foresight in that has to go into planning out botline planets, just because at this point, because the priority system hasn't been upgraded by YouthCat Studios yet, and the age priority is the only aspect of ILS, PLS, drones, and bots at the moment. And that's a hard one to work around. And in that case, Zombie, that's perfect. So the less interaction between factories with the bot line, the better it works. So the fewer sources that it can go to, or if those sources are all close by, and then it doesn't matter. So, okay. Yay, so we are coming up on our 3-minute break. We should see an announcement from Jeeves any second now. And for our non-subscribers, we will have a short 3-minute ad break once an hour. For our subscribers, it'll be a standard bio break, and we'll do the stretch, caffeinate, hydrate, rehabilitate, and all that stuff during the break, and come back and everybody will be on the same page, not missed a thing. And see, this is why we really are going to do a lot with this planet. So we'll be back after the Jeeves announcement. Jeeves did not announcement, so we will be back. Okay, sorry about that. I just had to refresh the coffee real quick. Gee. So the first question you asked looks okay from here, and I can see the ads are running. Yeah, the ads run fine. They always have. Did you disable the Twitch Manager? No, I did not disable the Twitch Manager. Twitch Ads Manager has to be disabled for Jeeves to work with ads. I have to disagree with that because the first hour, I haven't changed anything since I turned on that feature for Jeeves yesterday. And in the first hour, Jeeves announced that ads were coming up perfectly. And I hadn't turned anything off in Twitch. So if you scroll back to, actually it was before the 11:30, which I can't scroll back any further. My scroll history doesn't go back that far. Before the 11:30 break, Jeeves announced perfectly fine, right on schedule, even though I blew through the ads, but now it's not doing it. Yeah, I don't think the scroll buffer lets us scroll back that far, but it did work. And it's only in this last 12:30 hour, it didn't do it. Yep. So maybe we can turn off that feature and then turn it back on and see if it'll do it for the next go around. But I didn't have to change anything in Twitch for that to work properly. All I did was turn the feature on in Jeeves, and it worked. It worked yesterday, and it worked today. Oh, the next stream, you can't do it in this stream? Just by turning it off and turning it back on? It should resync, or synchronize, I reckon. I don't know, I'm guessing. I would think it would, because it's you know, pulling data from Twitch. Okay, so even this is not going to be enough, because we're going to fully abuse the resources here on this planet for crystal silicon, because we just want to make sure that we've got plenty of it going to where we want. So first of all, let's see where fractal is. Only one. Fractal is it right there. And it's the closest system, so maybe I need to look for another source of fractal, or take a look at our all mining. Let's take a look at our all mining. Only 66 veins, or 66 nodes. That's why all mining's not working. Epsilon mining is 98.
Bits received.
Holy moly. Holy. Ori Darkwind, thank you much. 500 bits cheered. I reckon you just snagged the top. And if you look down at the bottom left of the screen here, you'll see the hype boss, which still has anti-K on it, so I don't know how long it's going to take for that to update. Holy moly, thank you very much for that. Wow. Dude, that rocks. Right, Jeeves. Okay, so to address that, I don't know exactly how I can address some of that, because even though I'm watching my own stream, I'm having it pulled onto my laptop so I can view my own stream. I don't see ads because I'm the broadcaster, so Twitch runs the 3-minute ads, and like I say, back in the 10:30 hour and the 11:30 hour, Jeeves announced that 3 minutes or ads were about to launch, and it was at the exact same time that Twitch was ready to run its ads. So I assumed that Jeeves is just running an announcement. I didn't know Jeeves runs ads. I thought Jeeves just announces that ads were about to happen, which it did on time for the 10:30 and 11:30 hour. It just didn't announce that on the 12:30 hour. So, if you're saying that Jeeves runs ads, it's not. It runs the ads itself. You're saying Jeeves runs the ads itself, but it doesn't sync the ads with Twitch, which is why Ad Manager needs to be disabled. Yeah, I didn't have to disable it for the 10:30 hour or the 11:30 hour. If you run the ads using the manager and Jeeves has the same schedule, it might not run on Jeeves. It did. The announcement came on Jeeves, but I didn't know that Jeeves runs their own ads. Or if Twitch is allowing you to run auto and manual together, you're running 6 minutes of ad. No, it wasn't 6 minutes of ads. It was 3 minutes of ads. So Jeeves runs... What kind of ads does Jeeves run? Zombie says, oh really, once I have one factory with like 50 assemblers or whatever going, I don't really need anything else. Yeah. That's a pretty ideal situation, Zombie. I would expect that would work unbroken for quite a long time. I mean, without, having interference. But like I say, once you add in another distributor supplying or requesting into the mix on that planet, you might run into some issues on the age priority system. So watch out for that. Okay, so I'm going to need a little feedback from viewers who are not subscribers, who are seeing ads. Number one, can you tell a difference between which one are Twitch ads and which one are Jeeves ads? And secondly, are you getting more than 3 minutes worth of ads? And just tell me what you're seeing or what's going on there as a non-subscriber. Now, gee, as far as I know, the way I understand it is in the Twitch ads manager, I am telling Twitch I don't want to see ads but once every hour and run all 3 minutes worth of ads, which is 180 seconds, to meet the affiliate obligation, whatever. Twitch runs those ads. The ad manager manages them. Twitch sends the ads. As far as Jeeves go, I was under the impression that as a bot, Jeeves doesn't run any ads. I was under the impression that Jeeves just handles announcing that the Twitch ads are about to happen. If the bot has its own ads, I want to know where those ads are coming from, and why the bot has any requirement at all that I run ads on intervals for my affiliate. Why does the bot care if I'm an affiliate or not and manage the ads? It should only be, as far as I understand, only announcing that Twitch is about to run the ads. So you're saying that a bot, Jeeves, is telling Twitch to run ads, and Twitch is not the boss. Okay, that's what I thought. Well, you confused me when you said Jeeves has its own ads. I thought it was just Twitch, Amazon. And the bot just announces. Oh. Okay. Stop typing and come to the voice channel, G.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are, Mr. Scratchy. Yes, I hear you.
And you muted.
Steel Wool. I'm gonna nickname you Steel Wool. Or Scotch Brite. Yeah, that's it, Scotch Brite.
Are you there?
I am. And I
Muted.
Oh, there you are. Why wasn't that muted?
Ah,
Oh, that should have unmuted at the same time the stream unmuted. For some reason, it did not. Yeah, anyway, okay, so, alright, Scotch Brite is back. No, but whatever you changed, your the voice cleaned up and all the scratchy went away. So all good.
It's probably Discord.
Yep. I'm almost certain that's a Discord thing because you're always having to go in and change something or trigger something just to get that to stop being scratchy.
Yeah, sometimes I just reboot the audio controller and it works.
Maybe it's the communication with Discord that's doing that. But anyway, okay, so help me out here, all right? Because I'm not getting... What my brain has been able to get wrapped around is the fact that Twitch provides ads that viewers see, and affiliate has a requirement to run so many ads per hour, and I've chosen 3 minutes worth of ads per hour at the bottom of the hour. And that Jeeves only announces that ads are about to happen. But then you said that Jeeves doesn't actually provide ads.
No, so Jeeves is a replacement for the ad manager. So in Jeeves, you tell it, I want to run 3 minutes of ads every hour and announce that I'm running it.
Okay,
Which
so...
is why the ad manager can be disabled.
Okay, so I have to ask this and tell me how this is working. So I didn't change anything or disable anything in Twitch. All I did was turn Jeeves on yesterday, okay? And it did a perfect announcement at the 10:30 hour and the 11:30 hour. However, I haven't seen anybody in chat say, "Hey, I'm getting 6 minutes worth of ads here," either. So I don't think 6 minutes worth of ads are going through, and it's working without me turning off Twitch Ad Manager, because I didn't turn it off.
Yeah. So I thought that the way that the system, because it pushes that requirement to Twitch's API, you're just setting in a schedule.
Sorry, I had to laugh at Oz because, yeah.
He doesn't listen to me. No, he doesn't. He doesn't listen to me.
He's a good butler. He just doesn't listen to the man who created him.
Yep, that's it. Yeah, so as far as what Jeeves does with the API, if you're telling it every hour, every 60 minutes, run 180 seconds worth of ads,
Yep.
and that pushes that to the Twitch API.
Yep.
Then it posts in chat that ads are now running.
Okay,
So
what
it's
I'm
a
thinking is,
replacement for the ads manager.
what I'm thinking is because I have the Twitch manager set up to exactly that, 180 seconds every 60 minutes, and I told Jeeves the exact same thing, 180 seconds every 60 minutes. I think because they're identical, it allowed to not have any glitch or not have any mismatch or not have any conflict, and it just
Yeah.
it just accidentally worked together because the exact same settings. If I set Jeeves to something different than what I have the Twitch manager set to, would have had a big old snafu.
Yeah, then you'd definitely be running 6 minutes of ads.
Right.
Because I didn't know if, like, I've seen Twitch, like, you can run the ads manager, and then you can run manual ads, like, where every time I take a break in the stream and I click my bear right back, it sends to run a minute ad, just because.
Ah, right. Oh, yeah, yeah,
So
I do remember.
You can run them both.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
do remember there was something in there that says run an ad now, or, you know,
Yes.
run a
Yes.
15-second
and
ad.
so when I push my be right back button, it just sends that same signal.
Yeah.
So what my worry was that Jeeves is also sending it through the API, and the API might take presidency over the ads manager, which is
Right.
why it's recommended to be disabled.
Ah, okay. Well, since
Because
I
it-
got lucky,
Yes.
because they were identical time settings, why did Jeeves stop?
Probably the update. I'm gonna blame the update.
Okay.
I'm kind of broke it, so
Oh, well,
when I did the update of the code, because it's public code,
Yeah.
they released an update, so I'm like, okay, what's changed? And I've been looking at it all morning, and I'm like, oh, cool, let's push this to all the bots. And then I updated the white label to have my branding,
yep.
and then it completely broke the web UI.
Ah,
Oh, okay. So I had just worked through all of that, which is why I said in chat, like, the web UI is fixed.
right. Well, how do we, did you turn him off and turn him back on?
So we would just have to wait.
Right. See how and if he responds properly.
If
just
not, it'll probably be next stream kind of thing. It'll probably
Yeah.
work again.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Ah, look at that. I can't really force it to do what I want it to do. Yeah, I can. Hang on. Ah, I see it moving. There we go. Yep. You see how the proliferator moved to accommodate the belt? I like that. It's bent. Look at that, guys. I bent the proliferator. Leave it to Rocket, because he's a bendy, twisty kind of player. I bent the proliferator. Straight. Bent. I am the belt bending, sprayer bending guru. Alright, now that we got that all worked out, all I'm doing is freeing up some ports here so that, yeah, we need to screenshot that, don't we? Good one, Oz. So there we go, bent and straight. And there we go. Let's go into our Dyson Sphere, or screenshots, images, and bent sprayer output. And it'd be nice if I could spell sprayer. What's a sprayer? Sprayer output. Bam. Oh my god, G. The next time you go into Vintage Story, do not be shocked when you see the trenches filled up with rabbits. Because they are everywhere in the trench. All right, let's see if we
I
can.
have to check them.
Yeah,
I'm
it's.
on the game now.
Are you okay? You might even see the warehouse that I started building as well. That's gonna not let me because it's not a flat. That's all right. You know what? I have a remedy for that as well. So let's do this, 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 And bring that to there.
I was wondering what this massive building was.
That's going to be the new warehouse. No, that is the new warehouse. Not gonna be. It's not finished, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can free up ports here. So everybody looking at this going like, what in the world is going on there, Rocket? You've called for green jello to make warpers. Well, that was because this is the only ILS on the planet. Well, it's the only incoming ILS other than right here. So I stand corrected. I've actually got two of them. So this one can actually distribute, but this is going to change as well. So even if I did local supply and put, you know, that's not what I'm local supplying. It's the warpers that I'm supplying locally. So the whole point is, one jello makes 8 warpers. So a vessel carries 2,000 capacity. So I could bring 2,000 warpers over. Or, if those were green jello, that would be 16,000 warpers. So max capacity of the vessels is 2,000. So that'll hold 2,000 warpers or 2,000 green jello. So green jello is a 8 to 1. So that's 8 warpers per green jello. So 2,000 is 16,000 warpers. So I can use one vessel to bring over 16,000 warpers, or I can use 8 vessels to bring over a full load of 2,000 warpers each to equal 16,000 warpers. It's a whole lot easier for one assembler to provide the entire planet with warpers to all the ILSs. That's why I do that. However, since this was at one point the only ILS here, I got it set up here and it doesn't need to be. So it's got warpers right now. Don't need any of those. We're going to change it to, since this is just fractal silicon and other silicons, this is going to be changed to a polar EE situation. So I've got 3, 6, 9, 12. So I only need 12 at the most. So what we'll do is we're going to replace that one sitting in the funky spot. And we are going to grab power distribution, polar EE. That's way more than 16. What have we got? Got 3, 6. Don't have to count them. Got 20 in there. Maybe not that one. Maybe a smaller one. That's smaller. That's only 7. Really only needs 7. Actually, I'm going to be building more factories here, so maybe a little more power. I don't know. 45 times 7. Anybody got that calculation in their head? 240? megawatts?
315.
315? That was close. 315 megawatts. That's pretty decent. But those new miners do pull a pretty hefty chunk, don't they? What's their power consumption on those? Oh, 290, oh, 3 megawatts. $315 might be enough. So yeah, I reckon that's going to be enough. So even if I plop down, even if they're between 9 and 12 megawatts, let's say 10 megawatts, at 315 max, should easily be able to handle 30 of them, which we're not going to have that many. So I think 7 should be fine. 7 should be fine. I didn't even realize I was doing research. Why has the research not been happening? I mean, it's on, but it's not going. Why is it not going? It is going. It's been going the whole time. I didn't realize I had research going on. We're up to 15 million. It's kind of weird that it's on and off, on and off. We'll have to check into that. Okay, so now we're not going to need 10. That's for sure. I will put some drones in there for the local supply of the warpers. And I'll turn off the other ones because that's 7, 15, that's 8 twins we've removed from the equation. So what I'm going to do is sort that first. Take those and put them there for now. Take the crystal out. Clear that and allow for the empties to go back into the system. And then take those exchangers or those accumulators, put them in there. That takes care of those. Suck up the rest of these and put them in here, just so that it's not demanding extra right now. It only has to put in the empties to be sent back home. And I reckon we can also collect up no. Alright, so those so we no longer have a port to supply. That's fine. It'll collect up the empties and send them back. We no longer need this one because we got one at the pole now. We'll wait for those belts to empty. and the empties to get sent back. And then we can shut that off. That's done. Now, something's broke here because well, it's not broke. It's got 7, so the input worked. There's just no demand, no power demand, that's why. Or this is really odd. This thing, this I never understood about energy exchangers. Energy exchangers are taking batteries as input and generating electricity or power and sending the discharged batteries out the output. But they don't work unless you connect a power pole. Which is really odd to me. It's counterintuitive. To me anyway. But that's my brain.
It is a bit silly.
Oh, the same thing with the power plant? Yeah, well, some power plants, like say the thermals or the keep forgetting fusion, mini fusion, as soon as you put fuel in, I mean, you have to hand feed the fuel, they'll start working. Whereas the energy exchangers, once you put the fuel in, they don't automatically start working. With the generators, thermal and the mini fusion power plants, you have to prime the pump. Once the pump is primed, then they're self-supporting as long as there's fuel available. So I literally do not use power poles for my generators. I only have like one connection from the array of generators to the network to deliver the power. But this is a little different. This is needing power from the network to start operating, even though it's got fuel. So that is kind of weird. All right, so these warpers are going to be local supply. I've got drones, and we just want to make sure that any of the ILSs that are sending or receiving also have drones to collect. That's way too many. It only needs 10 at the most. And a slot for warpers. Because now they are going to be getting them via the airways. Okay, so that opens up even more slots. So now we are up to, should be up to 7. Right. Seven more slots. So now we don't have to worry about using drones to bring a stack of 4 per belt, which is what we're going to do. Go. And now we should probably re-proliferate because I didn't proliferate that output. So we'll take that one. Break the line so we can have room. And it's still not going to fit. Oh, that sucks. Oy vey. Really? It'll let me do that? That's funny. Okay, well, you know what? Far be it from me to keep things pretty. So we'll do this. Actually, I could do... It's going to be reaching to get around that corner, but it might go and it might not, so... Probably that way. $868 megawatts. Is that how much Icarus holds? I'm not going to be able to do that. I can't feed it in on that side because that's why we were having it face the direction it was. So it will have to feed this way. Well, that's a roundabout way of getting there, but yeah. Get unstuck, Icarus. Waiting on you, buddy. There's a little spaghetti. Yeah, I think we can take that to next level. There we go. I know, right? Rocket, master of pasta. Dogleg right, dogleg left, and whatever the heck you want to call that. Oh my goodness. Ah, right, so the live view is usually on this side of the screen, on the right hand side of the screen. Something should pop up there when you hover your mouse over there. And I reckon I know where you're going with that, with the dog crap sticker. That's what that amounts to. That is some dog crap right there. Dog dookie. But it's doing what it's supposed to do. Functionality wins. Aesthetics in the toilet. Okay, thanks, G. So, let's see. I reckon it is going to be something on the order of that one right there. Extension offline for maintenance. Really? Yeah, I reckon a refresh will do it. Because that is what that is. That is some dog crap right there. But it's doing what it's supposed to do, so... Alright. Let's take and throw some... Where'd it go? There it is. Wow, I know, right? Some of those are pretty lame, but you know. Thanks for the biddies, buddy. Wow. I literally could have voiced that one. Oh, they're there, zombie. You know. Again, you know, seeds. It all depends on the seed. Speaking of Icarus, though, where, you said 800 and, oops, hang on. What did you say, 800 and... $868 megawatts. Are you talking about the fuel chamber? Gigawatts, right. Gotcha. Okay, yep. So fuel chamber, which I haven't been back to the home planet in quite a while, but I've got some. If I proliferated those up to 3s, I reckon that's going to be, and it's not really based on how many are in here, it's based on what's actually in the chamber. So a single antimatter fuel rod that's proliferated up to level 3 probably gives you the max of 868 gigajoules. Even though that's insane, even what I've got here, even 100 gigajoules is insanely above what it can possibly can use. Is that what it is? So if I take some of these and add some more, I gotcha. Well, I just surpassed your 868. And mine are only somewhat proliferated. So yeah, I need to start proliferating my, but you know what, yeah, it's because some are proliferated and some are not. I can fly the entire gap of my star cluster without running out of power. So where I'm at, oops, I didn't mean to do that, doggone it. Scroll speed on my mouse is fantastically fast. Fantastically fast. Now it's going to sit here loading the Milky Way. There we go. Okay, so from here, from home, my galaxy is almost a plus sign or an X. So max length from here to there, or from here to there. So that's 25 light years. Geez, that mouse is crazy. 26 light years to that end. and 30 light years to that end, so 26 and 30, so we got 56 from end to end, and it'll take me 56 seconds to do that, and not run out of fuel. I can warp that without ever coming close to even, I wouldn't even use, what, 3 rods to go that 57 light years? So it's overkill. I mean, I'm sure, almost certain that I have one of my Texas, because I do all kinds of logistics bot. No. Mecha core level 15, max energy 27.1, 120 slots, fuel power 11.4 megawatts. That's about it. Mecha drive engine, or mecha fuel power plus core level, max energy. Probably the core level. So mecha core level comes from, no, hang on, right here. Yeah, so it's adding, that's right, it's adding max core energy 2.4 each time. And I'm at level 15. I don't know. I never actually looked at what those... I never actually learned how the max core energy makes a difference or matters. Because... maybe it's the core level times... So it's the core level times the max core energy gives you the total. I reckon that's what it is. Yeah, so once you fill up this chamber, that max is inventory capacity is 120 slots, so that's 4 times 30. Stack of 30. Fuel chamber generation is 500% on that one, but these are 650%. But the basic, the standard is 500. Fuel chamber 500%. However, 22 of the items in this stack are proliferated and 8 are not. Yeah, you're at 1100% because this is with one level, level 1 proliferation. If these were level 3 proliferation, they would be at, what is it, 25% for 1, 50% for 2, and 75% for 3, something like that. No, proliferated antimatter doesn't give more energy. It lengthens the burn time. So it burns slower or burns longer than a normal rod would burn up in. Right. I reckon that's right, Oz. So it's about the gigajoules. So gigajoules is workforce of energy. A joule is a workforce of energy, whereas kilo or watts, kilomega or gigawatts is capacity. So watts are converted into the workforce of a joule and gives you how fast or how long that energy can be used for, dissipated for. I reckon it's right, Oz. I think that's right. Pretty darn close. So if I were proliferated to level 3, which I don't have any, I don't think. I didn't even know I was proliferating antimatter rods. But apparently I am because there's a 1 on there. Right, so anyway. Now that we've got... I mean, we've got tons of this available. Seriously. We can eliminate what's on the battery world. I'm just gonna pop these over here real quick. Waste not, want not, right? And throw those in, and we'll throw those in. Done. Excellent. Excellent. I don't think I use many geothermals. I think I just use those over on... You know what? It's going to be a while before these accumulators get used up. So what we need to do... since this is all fractal, and this is all normal... So this is all proliferated going into the tower, which is just merely passing it over here, unless... Yep, that's just a go-between. So the only reason that this tower is even here is 9 inputs stacked. Down into 3 inputs stacked. So if I wanted to, I got 2 more ports to utilize here for inputs, and 1 more over here. And I could even grab 1 more for over here as inputs, but, you know, honestly. This line right here could wrap the planet. Oh, but look, silicone right in the middle of things. So, this is rocket derp. This is rocket derp. So, this is the 24 nodes in this vein. Well, 24 veins in this node, in this mine. And started building this factory going to the right, not even considering the fact that, oh, there's silicon right there. Or I could have mined this and went the other direction, or either direction. That way or that way. But no. I had to pull it from here, go up here, and look at all this room I could have gone left. Well, I could have wove it, since it is up here on this one, I could have wove it right between there very carefully and still gone this way with it almost all the way around the planet, but you know. We all do things, me mostly with the 2 working brain cells I have, 1 is usually asleep. And so there it is. So this one right here, so this whole factory could have been down here going east. So that this miner was right next to the input of the factory. And then this one, of course, could have been down here. Off of that one or the other one. So let's get this My alarm didn't go off again. Oh. Yeah, it's break time. So we should get an announcement from Jeeves in about 20 seconds. We'll see if that happens. Oh, I didn't get the alarm because my alarm is not going to go off for another 20 seconds. All right, now, Twitch Ad Manager has triggered, and the ads should run in about 30 seconds exactly. And Jeeves should kick in any second now if he's going to work. So, yeah, wake up, Jeeves. So GFA might be correct. He might have broke it. I think he's broken still, at least until probably the next stream. But we'll be back regardless. See you in a minute. Uh-oh. Why are ads still in progress? Now it is broke. Alright, G, if you can hear me, it is definitely 100% broke now because ads are still going and it's been well over 3 minutes. They're done now? I'm showing 1:35 on ads on this end, still going, but that's well over the 3 minutes that, wow. Shouldn't have messed with it, G. It was working before. Yeah, exactly. It worked. I mean, it worked before. So you guys don't see any ads right now, right? Twitch is still showing that there's ads in progress for another 45 seconds on my end, but there's no ads. I mean, I don't see any. Am I the ad? Yes, I am the ad. That's it. I was actually a little long, and I know it was longer than 3 minutes because when I started the ad break, I went in and I put some water in the microwave and I put the 3-minute timer on it. While I was doing that, I was watching a little bit over Peanut. He was making his lunch, so what the deal is there is Peanut has gotten to that age now where he can make his own lunches, obviously, but he can now cook hamburgers. He can fry bacon on a skillet and whatnot. So he's making a Baconator. He's making bacon cheeseburgers. Interesting thing though, I've got this nice long skillet. I mean, it's the size of the stovetop, so it's the length of 2 full burners on the stovetop, and then some, but it's electric skillet that sits on the countertop. Interesting thing about electric skillets, and I don't know, somebody's going to get rich with this idea of mine, because somebody's going to do it. I'm not going to do it, but somebody's going to do it. The electric skillets are great for doing bacon, eggs, sausage links, sausage patties, whatever you like, all that kind of stuff on there. And nobody that I know of has designed or made a lid that goes on it to keep the grease from spattering all over the place. They've got a little drip tray around the end, you know, so all the liquid grease, hot grease, can drip down into a catch tray. But nobody's designed a lid, a glass lid or something like that, that can go right on top to keep that spatter from going all over the place. There was no lid designed for this thing. It's just a flat skillet with a little channel around the edge for the hot grease, you know, to drip into, and then a catch pan underneath it to catch it. Oh, mine's a nice long one. Mine's long and long. It's like I say, it's the length of 2 burners. It's fully longer than my Acer monitor, my widescreen Acer monitor. So it's a good 28 inches, 20, maybe even 30 inches long. But anyway, yeah, they need lids. What have you got here? A bad request. Mobile media. Yeah, so mobile links don't work so good. Anything that says M dot is a mobile link. So let's just take the M out of there. Yeah. And let me take out media. And bad request, yeah. No, that link doesn't work for desktops. Oh, hang on, it's an incomplete address. Let me copy the rest of that. That's not actually part of the link like it should be. Dot underscore AC 94 comma. Is that right? 94 comma 1000 QL80. That's weird. Yours is the same thing. You guys must be on phones. I wonder what the comma 1000 QL80 is all about. I bet you the 1080 or the 1000 is the screen size. Yeah, that's very much like the skillet I have, but oh, that one's different. Even though that's a skillet, that's more like a fry pan. The one before Oz that you, the first one, the A1K JFKRS one, that's the one I've got. Yeah, it works if you're on mobile. Well, that's weird. Oh yeah, it's copied from your PC, but it didn't paste as a complete link. If you take a look at the link in chat, only part of it is purple. And the comma 1000 QL80 .jpeg there is not part of the link. It's not purple. I mean, it is part of the link address. Yep. Broke it at the comma. That's right. A comma is not a normal URL character. I don't know why Amazon does that. I think that's an Amazon thing. Commas don't normally work in URLs for a reason. And I reckon that's why Amazon does that. To break the link. But the M dot media, that tells me it's from a mobile phone. That's really weird. So are you viewing, you must be, the M dot normally means you're viewing a mobile web page. Even though you're on a desktop, you're viewing a mobile version of the web page. So let's see what yeah. So this is what the normal looks like. It's just www.amazon.com. That's the link to the image through a normal web page. The M means you're looking at a mobile ready web page, which is made for viewing on mobile phones, mobile devices. That's what the M dot media is, mobile media. So there you go. Yeah, I got the pretty black one, the flat skillet that flips over. It's flat on one side and a grill on the other. That's the one I got. But it needs to come with a lid. Because bacon spatters. And I don't know if anybody else does this, but I have a flat, it's like a kind of like a spatula, but it's actually looks like a trowel, a cement trowel. It's just flat and it's heavy, and that's made to keep burgers flat and bacon flat. I put it on the bacon so it keeps the bacon flat, but it still spatters all over the place. Anywhere where grease is on a hot griddle, it's bubbling and spattering. What I should do is take some aluminum foil and just mold it into the shape that I want, you know, and put a little handle on it, an aluminum foil handle on it. It's gonna be hot. But, you know, I should do that because that really keeps the spatter down to a minimum. I just don't like cleaning up the sink afterwards. Gotta wipe down the whole countertop, you know? Okay, those are feeding through. That fractal silicone is actually going to be well and truly enough to go. Now what we're going to do is we're just going to kind of circumvent, we're not going to circumvent, we're going to preempt problems with this. So we got a single output. Let's just do this. Put one there. Take that one out. We will go ahead and feed another one out. Bring it on in. And then, of course, you got to find the only rock out there to stand behind, Icarus. Jeez. So that's 3 outputs of a stack of 4. Three inputs of a stack of 4, which means I can have as much as 4 outputs of a stack of, or 3 inputs of a stack of 4 if I want to feed that line. So it's fine right now. And it's obviously full up. What's really funny is the fact that these are on and providing electricity, but only to the tower and only to the assembler. I haven't even brought it over to the factories yet. But I will right now. So let's pick a nice clean line. Right here. Of course, you gotta be just one grid off. And yep, we're connected across here. Alright, these can be off. Still using up those batteries though. That's what we want. Let them use up the batteries. We need to turn that off. And I reckon I'm going to change my mind back and we'll leave that there. Just to send the empties back, which doesn't need power. It only needs power on the battery planet. Alright, and that means there are just green up here. I'll take 50 just to have, just in case I need to prime a pump somewhere. Oh, right. There. All right, now let's get on over to where we were at on our home planet and disassemble everything to do with silicon on the battery planet, because we are now good to go in production when there are some things that have Chinese characters in. Oh, really? You mean like some of the planets or star systems in here? Is that what you're talking about? Yep, entire system. Can you think of anything specifically that has some funky Chinese characters? Space warpers? All right, there's space warpers, and there's blue proliferation. I'm not seeing. Where do you have it? In the per minute part, or the name? Production consumption, or up in the where's those characters? Mine shows Chinese characters instead of the word production. Right. Okay. One of two things could be happening that come to mind right away, but there could be other things that are happening. Number one is if you don't have a particular font installed on your system, there is no way for the Chinese text to convert to that particular font to be displayed in the game. So you might be missing a font. The other thing is the game should provide font files that are used to display fonts in the game. If you have the installed fonts but it's still not displaying, it could be that the game has some corrupt files. So you could check in Steam, use that little program that checks the validity of the files to make sure you don't have a broken file. Should still work with an old save file. Yeah, it should still work. I mean, it should work all the way back to 2021 when the game was launched, because I don't think they've gone and changed fonts since then. Oh, Fiery Boy, you mean what I'm producing? Yeah. It's a lot, but you gotta have a lot to do what I'm doing. That's the entire. Remember, that's the entire star cluster. Yeah. You probably beat me to it because I was 1 week after game launch. I got the game, so that's my first save file is from 1 week after. So March 28th. I'm sorry, January 28th. I think is my first save file, which is 1 week after the January 21st launch in 2021. All right, so you've got a save file from February 22, but the other save file is from February 11, only 10 days later. So only 10 days difference, and the font's broke. And it's been broken ever since, Zombie? Ah, okay. Yeah, no, chances are, because when you reloaded it, that refreshed, chances are it was a glitch in the game not reading the font, system fonts for whatever second. I mean, for whatever reason, it only takes a split second. If it doesn't read the system fonts installed on your system, it'll just load the default, which is in Chinese, because UCat Studios is in China. And they actually have people that actively translate the entire game into English, so that's why you see it in English. But yeah, sometimes just reloading. Yeah, proliferators and bots are both really cool, and belt stacking are both really cool additions to me. Missed it by that much. I landed exactly where I wanted to be. How about that? Whoa. Why are all these guys off? Really? You know why? Because there's something going on at my yeah, it's not getting a lot of empties brought back to the home planet because something's going on my science planets. Something's broke on my science planets, I can tell, because this has been sitting at the same spot for a long time. That means something's broke, I gotta go fix. I know, right? Pilers. Every time I see the piler thing, that makes me think of having piles. If anybody is familiar with the medical terminology of piles. And I'll let you Google that for yourselves. Is 10K per second good for, hang on a second. Lack of logic in splitters isn't, yeah. $10K per second good. Is 10K per second of what good? Let's find that little silicon deposit. There we go. Oh yeah, the higher the hash rate, 10K per second. 10K hash per second. Yeah, the higher you can get that. This is not hash though. Where's this hash rate should actually be a lot higher, but something's broke over here. Something's broke on the science planet. Because I've done 670 million cubes of 720 or 670 million hashes out of 720 million, and 10K and 5K is really slow. This should be upwards of 500K easily. So something broke that I have to go take a look at. I should be up on 500K because you take a look at the research speed. So I should be, what's that equate to? So every time it's upgraded, it's 60 hashes per second per lab. My data volume right now is 417 million hashes, equivalent to a lab producing 9.6 million hashes per second. So that's 6,960,000 seconds workload. So yeah, something like that. I never really pay attention to the numbers. I don't play this game for numbers. You can get too sidetracked by the numbers. I can easily. Oh yeah, I mean, I know. You know, it's sitting at 10K because look, I'm usually up around 26.8, but that's only over the last 10 minutes. So 271 is my normal at speed. My highest or my peak has been 288K right here, whenever that was. But yeah, it's something's broke on my science planet, so I'll get to that in just a second. Got an awful lot of this stuff in storage, so what I'm going to do is we're going to stop demanding this. We're going to let it process through into, and the only way that's going to happen is if we cut this off. Right? So what we've got is 4 belts feeding, and here we go, here's belt. So someone who's asking earlier about belt system, bot system, and box line and bot line. I've got them all going. You know, these are very old, so I never came back to change. I don't go back and change a lot of stuff. It's infrequent that I do. So obviously it's stacked belts. So I've got 4 belts stacked 4 high, feeding 4 rows of smelters. This one is the same thing. We'll let them keep going. This one is providing silicon to where? Where is it providing it to? Probably it's going somewhere. Well, no, it was. This one's providing crystal. So we'll let that run out. This one's providing silicon ingots. So we'll let that run out. Which should all be coming from Factory Planet. They shouldn't be, well, they don't need to be coming here anymore. This was the initial this is the home system I'm in, so this was the initial for both of them. Belt system is sexy. Thanks for that, Anonymous. Thank you for the biddies. Appreciate it. Yeah, belt systems, there's a place for everything. I mean, now that you can stack belts 4 high, 30 per second was the big limitation. Now it's 120 per second. That's way better. So bot line, box line, and belt method all have their place. Hey, Kay! What are you doing awake? Thank you very much for the bits. Good morning. Is it morning for you? It's very morning for you. It's like 2 a.m., isn't it? Or I mean 4 a.m. Good on ya. 5 a.m. Okay, so you're just 1 hour.
To me to her friend, who is this incredible artist, and she did all of Cheska's emojis, which I'm sure Cheska will I'm sure she will show at some point. If not, I will show them a bit. And they are adorable. They are adorable. They are cute. And they are,
I didn't even know if you were there, G.
Like, these are amazing. And when I became affiliate, I said, as soon as I become affiliate, I am going to send all of the money that I earn from being or like monetized from the streams back into.
Yeah, it's what a gorgeous streamer, hey? You guys get a chance to check out AK's stream if you've never seen her stream before. Lots of fun, lots of entertainment, lots of accent from Britain, even though she's not British. Which you've adopted that very well, AK.
Should I go back blonde? Pull, pull, pull.
Yeah, I figured you were away, G, because I asked you. I was just telling you that Jeeves is quite broke as far as that goes, and when I got back from the 3-minute ad break, I saw another 2 minutes of ads going on the Twitch manager, which was the first time I've ever seen more than 3 minutes on the Twitch ads. So yeah, Jeeves is good and broke now. So we need to unbreak it and to get it back to where it was going at around 10:30, 11:30 this morning. Keyboard here. There we go. What? Oh, I missed something because I was looking at my laptop. Hang on here. What'd I miss here? Another female DSP player. Call me invested. Okay, you're invested, AK. Alright, no worries, G. Yeah, I know you're joking. I put that up there because I want to see what the people want. And you never know, and you might want to know also. Okay, so the supply lines have finished. Almost. And then we'll let the smelters... So that is done. We'll let the smelters continue using up whatever's needing to be used up. And that's marked as stores because it's output on a belt. A leprechaun, green. $270 steel per minute. Oh, it's probably because you don't have a demand for the steel, right? Steel is only used in buildings, I believe. Yeah, steel is only used in building and jet power, so thrusters and whatnot. Yeah, that was a big raid, NTK, which made me think I didn't get a chance to ask you before you went to get a good rest going. Are you still on that 6-day raid? I mean, 6-day streamathon, or can't remember what you called it. Yeah, that would do it, Zombie. Today's day 4. I didn't see you on yesterday. Did you, at least, or well, maybe it was a different time than I'm normally used to seeing you on, so last night being yesterday for me. When Fire was getting ready to raid somebody, normally you're on during that time when Firehammer was going to raid, but you were not there, so I just assumed that maybe you had a different time schedule. Oh, okay. But you still did your normal stream, though, even though afterwards going to Factorial G. Gotcha. That was it. That was it. Yep. So that's why you weren't there. That's why we missed it. Wait, is today Monday? Today is Monday. No, today's Tuesday. Today's Tuesday for me. And for you now. Because it's my second Monday. Yeah, today's Monday. That's what I thought. Tuesday here in Australia. Monday for you guys. Monday for the US still. Should be Tuesday morning for the UK, Europe, Africa. Ah, Zombie, are you in... You're in Europe, right? On the west side of Europe? West side of the Greenwich Mean Time? Oh, Mountain Time Canada. Oh. Alright, so the US is catching... Yeah, when I was talking US, I meant Eastern Time. Yeah. It's Tuesday on the Eastern Seaboard. Yep. No, that's my bad. When I speak of U.S. time, for some reason, I'm always speaking in reference to Eastern Standard Time, so... make your appropriate adjustments for Central, Mountain, and Pacific. Okay, all of those feed lines are done. These feed lines are still a little bit on that one. Feed lines on this one is done, which means it's probably going to be a while before the silicon gets used up. Crystal, or the ore is almost done here for the crystal. I ain't no genius. Okay, Rocket. Okay, AK. How much did you want? Because you're buttering me up for something. Think you're working toward what? A ring on the finger or something? Okay, that is sorted, and that just finished. Boom. 20 gone. Those can filter on down toward the ILS, so this is now going to be not a local supply. That is only a remote supply. All good. That's going to stay, and that's going to stay. Yay! Alright, now we can go check and see what broke on our science planet, because this is all good now. We got some real estate freed up. Titanium is the next one to fall after the silicon is gone. Oh!
Gift subscription received.
Wow, thanks for the gift subscription to Fiery Boy. Thanks for that, AK. I hope you enjoy it, Fiery Boy. I do try and provide at least something entertaining. So, let's see. Yeah, so there's a lot of the empties are not coming back, which means a lot of factories are off, and the accumulators are not being used. So there's no empties being produced on planets. And I reckon that's because either the factory planets or the science planets have broke for some reason. So let's go see. Let's check science first and work our way backwards, because our science is going to tell us what it's not getting that it should be getting. And I don't believe it's going to be the new science planet. Of course, I don't see many vessels going there. That might be an issue.
Rocket, where's your face?
My face. Ah! There you go. Scared ya. Alright, so new science. Where's my other science? I thought I had two science. Maybe that's just two mining planets. Yeah, it's... Let's get there. None of the science planets have any vessels coming to them. Oh, there's one. Let's go here first. We'll go to 3 first. Because something be broke. Seriously, I don't need to be scaring viewers away. I should just not even have a cam going on there.
Rocket, you're a beautiful, amazing, and wonderful man. You are the king of DSP. You are insanely amazing, and I don't want to hear a single bad thing said about you even by you. You the greatest bestie.
Oh my gosh, AK, seriously. There are so many comments I have for that. Stop telling lies, for one. Oh, invisible planet. Here we go. We're gonna plow right through it. Meow. Whoosh, told you. That time we made it. Well, there's certainly not a lot of science on, that's for sure. We did get blue transferred over, so that's not in demand. Red's not in demand. Yellow's not an issue. Of course, yellow's only working on one side. Well, it's a little bit working over here. Purple we started transferring over. All right, let's take a look at our main towers and see what's not happening that should be happening. Okay, we got full up on all of those. Full up on, aha, here it is. Particle broadband has stopped. Particle broadband. So there we have our culprit. There are 0 there. And where is hydrogen at? Oh, we don't have hydrogen connected because it doesn't need to be. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So particle broadband is missing in action. Fiery Boy. See you, AK. Thanks for popping in, hun. Hope you have an amazing day today. Fiery Boy, as far as swarms go, I don't think anybody rates a swarm's capacity, efficiency in any way, really, because the swarm is only there if it's your only source of energy production, like you have no Dyson sphere components made, and all you have is the swarm, and it's the only source of energy from Dyson components that you're relying on. It depends on what your needs are for power. So if 575 megawatts is enough power to provide to a planet other than geothermal, then yeah. So it kind of helps to qualify that, Fiery Boy, if you can tell us at what stage you're at in the game and how many Dysons you have. And I'll tell you this, Dyson's sales are only going into the swarm as a stage to get absorbed into a Dyson sphere. So there is no good or bad Dyson swarms. There's no good or bad Dyson spheres. I mean, when you look at it from that standpoint, if a Dyson sphere is good or not, it depends on if it's delivering enough energy to your factories. That's all that's about. So only you can decide whether your sphere is good enough or not, or whether if your swarm is your only source of energy and they're not getting the sales are not getting absorbed into a sphere, then only you can decide whether that swarm is good enough for you or not. All right, so we know particle broadband is the problem on alpha. Go take a look at beta. And we know we're going to be going back to the factory system to fix that. Okay, so you're only using the swarm to power the factories on your ice planet. So your ice planet demand, power consumption demands will dictate whether the swarm's big enough or doing its job or not. So if the factories on the ice planet only require 450 megawatts for all of them to be operating fully, then 575 is definitely enough. Missed my button. Completely missed my button. As I had my fingers in the wrong keys. But if your ice planet factories demand more than 575 megawatts in power all the time, I would say that then it's underpowered. I mean, it's inefficient because it's underpowered. Hang on, we don't have any factories on beta. Actually, that's right, we don't have any science on any other planets other than Alpha right now. Thank you, autosave. So we can skip going to any of these. These are just all set up getting ready. So once Alpha is complete, the planet's complete, then the Beta, 1, 3, 5, and so on will be all populated with science planets. So now we need to go to the factory planets to find out why our particle broadband has gone AWOL. So first one is this one. And we'll head over to the one with the least activity, which looks like it's probably this one. Just a wild guess. Could be the other one. It's hard to say. And there's the timer for ads. All right, hold on. I hear it. I hear it. Okay. Something is wrong. Did we go through ads? I'm showing that we already had 3-minute ads, and my timer just alerted to me. Wow, something's all screwed up. Sorry about that. So we must have went through ads, because I'm now showing 59 minutes to the next ad. Oy vey. All right, that timer will be 59 minutes. I wholeheartedly apologize for the ads that just popped through that I did not realize were running. I didn't look at my live stream. My ads timer went off when it was supposed to, but it's showing that we've already gone past 3 minutes worth of ads. I'm so sorry for that. So if you guys missed the conversations and missed what we were doing, my deepest apologies for that. I've set another timer that should go off and alert us to ads coming up before the next ad break, which Twitch is saying is in 57 minutes and 30 seconds, and I have my timer set at 56 minutes and 30 seconds, so I should get an alert 1 minute before ads start the next go around. Yeah, hydrogen can be a pain. That's a pretty good challenge in DSP to get that thing going. If you're doing the whole challenge is getting hydrogen to work for you prior to you finding a hydrogen giant. So all of your gas giants and your ice giants both have hydrogen on them, but before you get to pulling hydrogen off those ice and gas giants, producing that manually on planet is quite the challenge. Quite the challenge. And keeping it balanced. All right, let's see where our particle broadband broke. Let's see if I can find it quickly. Oh, excuse me a second. Yes, indeed, Fiery Boy. So the problem is there's either too much hydrogen or not enough hydrogen before you get to an ice giant or gas giant. And the trick is, the challenge is, balancing hydrogen or other products that are byproducts from the production of hydrogen. That's a real challenge. But it's doable. It's probably one of the biggest challenges in early game is balancing the hydrogen and byproducts. Yes, indeed. And now I'm well beyond early and mid game, so my oil production has absolutely zero product. So I go from crude oil to nothing but refined oil on the output. There's no byproduct of anything, because the refined oil is only required for plastic. And that's it. Unless you're making organics, which I don't. I mine those off of a planet. Well, Zombie, I partly agree with that. It can balance it out if you do your lines correctly, but mostly you end up with not enough. Okay, here's our problem right here. There we go. So, bottom of the factories. We have had a jam up on our crystal silicon from getting through because plastic got in the way of our crystal silicon. And I reckon that happened on more than one place because I've got particle broadband being built on both planets. So let's get this sorted out. We grab a few of these. Let's just make it a even 1,000. Because we're going to be plugging them in along the way. And I'm probably thinking these are stacks of 200. Now they're stacks of 100. So we'll get those worked in there first. And get lined up just to move on down the line here. That's situated just right. Yeah, we probably needed more than a stack of 1,000. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh, that's a long line. Holy moly. You know what we may do, since this is such a long line, and it's broken anyway, so and it's broken all the way down to the end, so all because of this very first one. That is only 3 inserters. That's not going to deliver enough fast enough since we are on double production at 22.5 a minute. Let's just fix it because it's broken. Box line's not going to be efficient right here anymore. It is a 3-item input. Yeah, let's take a look at that for a second. Hang on just a second. Peanut's got something for leftover cheeseburger, Baconator cheeseburger. He is a good boy. He did not forget his pop, his daddy. Okay, I am going to, since we blew through that last break, just give me a minute. I'm going to have a quick be right back. And I promise not to chew in your ear, so I'm going to mute the mic for a second, or for a minute, and be right back. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to let you watch me eat, so I will just mute the mic and turn off the cam for a minute, and then we'll continue to play while I chew on a little bit of this Baconator. Thank you, Jeeves. G and Mr. Jeeves. That's box method. That's not going to work for us. Three-item bot line. That's what we need. Right there. Right, that's a short one to get started, so it's only 10 bots. So we can build on that. That's what we want. Yeah. That looks like belts. That's belts, not bots. That's what I want right there. That's the space we need. That'll be perfect. Okay. I'm going to leave a few of these operating just for right now, because we do need the particle broadband going somewhere. So we'll break it right there. We'll leave the front half going until we're ready to put down the new one, and then we'll just wipe that real quick all the way up to the proliferator. Actually, we'll just wipe the whole thing, and then that's after we've collected up. Let's see, what did we collect up so far? So, plastic, green crystal, that'll work. Now, you're going to see some lag in here because anytime we're deleting boxes with the mass deletion, the system has to check every single box, which there are a lot of boxes here, for content before it deletes to give any kind of warning. So, it's not the stream, it's not the game, it's just a function of the game. As you can see, not many of the crystals got down there. Oop. I didn't think I was going to have any room in the ILS or PLS, that's why I didn't do that. So we'll put as many as we can in there. And as many as we can in there. Got a few greens in there. This is a majorly big box line. Majorly big. And apparently we're overproduced our nanotubes. Let's do this. Let's make a little more room. We'll take those and we'll put them away, because we know we're going to be doing that and the assemblers. And maybe a few more. That'll help. And we got only a few green to pop in there. A little bit of plastic. And the rest is nanotubes. Which we have a ton of that. Vacuum up these nanotubes. And we'll go ahead and get rid of got all of these chemical plants, and I don't even have a slot to put chemical plants into. Oh well. Alright, that should get us to where we need to go. That's just enough storage space for all of the nanotubes. Alright. And last but not least, there we go. Now we can put down a much more efficient factory line. Well, that's all sorted. Now, let's take a look at this real quick. It's actually enough room to go right on that area. We'll make sure that this is turned off, if it is. That looks about right. Wonder why that splitter does not have a distribution. Oh, right. It doesn't need it because it's fed directly out of the PLS. And then, of course, we have got 1, 2, or rather, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Now we're going to be demanding. We're going to be. Oh, let's bring that back up again. So we're going to be demanding nanotubes, plastic, and silicon crystal. So the one thing we want to check very first off before we break it before we get going, is we just want to take a short cruise down here to make sure we don't have any bots already distributing plastic crystals or nanotubes. Because we don't want the priority system to be screwed up or logistics screwed up. So we got iron on the distributor bots, iron ingots. Okay, good. Iron ingots are the only thing on the distributor bot system. And while we're here, we're going to check our ILS. So we have nanotubes here. Plastic here. We're manufacturing plastic here and sending it off. Okay. So that means one of these chemical lines is making plastic. Which is this one right here. Yep, with drone distribution. Yes, indeed. So one of these slots will definitely be okay. Still thinking about this. So it's a 3-item input. There can be no output coming here. The output will have to go on the other end. That being said, this is an output line. So in actuality, we have one item coming to those two distributor bots. These, of course, will be distributing. The rest of these will be requesting. This is broken. This is not right. Yeah, I can change it to ILS for the for the 5 slots, but this is not a 3 input line. Yes, it is. It's on a belt. 1, 2, 3. That's what it is. Ah, right. So in actionality, 1, 2, 3. So 3 slots for output, or 3 items for the recipe. But I designed this wrong because I have the 4th item as the output of the assemblers going right back into the ILS, and there's not a slot for it because blue. So blue is actually in the way. So in order for that to work, blue has to come in on a distributor bot, which is far more, which would be far more better. Far more better, like that. 2 bots, 1 belt. That's what I got. So 2 bots feeding the machines, 1 belt. So all 3 inputs are right there. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. So some of my 3 input belts have a separate bot box behind the build. Now we got 3 inputs. So this is 1 item, this is another item, and these 2 is the 3rd item. So that's a 3-item recipe. It's just that they're going down both sides. So you have 1 item recipe, 1 item for the recipe, 2nd item for the recipe, and the 3rd item coming down on a belt. And in this case, because it's particle broadband, it doesn't matter whether it's nanotubes or the green crystals, because they're both the same, 2 per. Whereas the plastic's only 1 per, so the plastic can be either one of the bots. Yeah, so where I have blue coming out, we're going to eliminate that. So that'll give us the 4th slot, which is the final product. Which is actually where this is supposed to be going. So this comes out. Take that off just for now. That doesn't need to be there. That will go there. Of course, it'll have a distributor bot on top. Which will be a requester for blue. Alright, so that's what we'll copy over. Of course, I put that right in the way. So let's just take that. Paste it over there for now. Alright, now we got plenty of room to paste it in. So we can actually turn this off because we don't actually need it doing anything right now. We actually don't need anything right now. Because I've got it in the paste buffer. And boom. Okay. Oh my goodness. Got a long way to go on the nanotubes. Thank you. Autosave. Yeah, so zombie, that can be, it actually can go either way. Feeding it from a belt just makes it a little bit faster for the blue juice to get there. Feeding it from a bot is fine as well, because you're not going to use, and see, this is crazy. I should have really reduced this down to 5. That's all it really needs. That's all it really needs. This one's belt fed. Because it's coming in on drones. They both work. It's just a matter of the slots. So this takes up an extra slot, but that's alright. The output is only a 2-item recipe. The output is the 3rd slot, which works good in two-item recipes. 3-item recipes obviously takes up all 4 slots if you want the output going back into the LS. PLS is coming from. Otherwise, the product goes out to the end of the line towards something else. So, all right, that's a lot of nanotubes. Vertical broadband, we'll go ahead and put that in. Can't hold the rest of those. All right, this is going to make a mess. Okay. Now, since we have a full load of everything here, let's make sure this is not going to be in the way. That we got that lined up right on top, and yes, and then we will connect those belts as needed. Okay, blue is all there. So pick our recipe, which is the particle broadband. and extra production. And we will copy those on over. Boom, ready to go. Now, we said we could do either... Oh, come on now. Either nanotubes or green crystals on the belt. I suppose I gotta put a belt on it too. Yep, alright, so green crystal was already there. We'll just go ahead and utilize it. Those are green crystals, which means these are gonna be... Oh. Hang on. Yes, that's right. Which means this one is going to be plastic. Which is going to be a demand. Yeah, plastic populated. So that's what the distributor bot is going to be. And then the other side is going to be nanotubes. Is what that will be. You know, done. And this, of course, will be the final output. Final product output, which is particle broadband. Yay! Now, already we've got an issue. So the distributor bot is already taking or coming to get nanotubes from halfway around the planet. And of course, that's because of proliferation. Well, that sucks. So we need to make that change right now. We've got to isolate it, otherwise we're going to have nothing but problems with that. So nanotubes has to be on the belt. Unfortunately. That way we're not pulling from our proliferation line. That's why I like working with a short startup to begin with. Because it's a whole lot easier to fix a short run than a long run. Oh, and the box size is too small as well. We only want that to be one line at the most. Oh, that sucks. So I reckon what we'll do is we'll just fill up a few of these machines product. Alright, they're all filled up with nanotubes. Still got a lot in my pocket, but that's alright. Alright, so green nanotubes on the belts, plastic. So these are going to be green and plastic. There we go. So as you can see, every other one with 2 of the items. Third item coming on in the belt. All of the machines come on. All of them producing final product. Going out to the ILS. And one thing we need to make sure of, this one as well, is locked down to probably about 1 row. Now, it's only going to come in at, that's a stack of 4. So that's a 4 stack, that's 127, or 120 per second going in. Stack of 4. So 120 per second are actually going out to the assemblers right now, filling up. With no cross-contamination. Because obviously the belt's 120 per second, can't fill up the box fast enough because that's how fast they're going out. Which is good. Production speed is 100%. We could put those in. Plastic filled up. Okay, so they just reached it. So that's how fast they filled up the machines. So a belt at 120 per second and the bots at 120 per second. And let's make sure this is a 0. That's one thing we need to keep an eye on. Where are you, Icarus? Get unstuck, you peanut. All of these can go up here. This box, it doesn't matter what size this box is. I can fill up for all I care. It really doesn't need to be anything but a... This one really doesn't need to be anything but a 1 anyway. So let's just change that to a 1. And likewise, this one will be a 1. And in order for that to work, this has to be a 0. Oh my goodness. I need to change all of these. Forgot to check my box designators. See that? Alright, copy. Yes. Yes. Oops. That was an oops. Copy. There we go. I swear, Icarus, you can just get stuck in the most annoying places. There we go. Now that that is satisfied, we are going to copy here to there. We are not going to copy that or that box. We will copy the inserters because those two inserters will paste right there. And we will take, boom, boom. All right, we won't take the power poles right off the bat. We'll put those in afterwards because of where we're cutting this out at. All of those copied. All of those copied. That looks perfect. And that will copy down perfectly, minus the power poles. So we'll pop those power poles in shortly. Collide. All of those, this is what I hate about pasting. All of those inserters colliding on that, even though I've got them scrunched up to exactly where they go. Yeah. So we end up doing it one at a time, and the only collision is the belts, which stay connected when we shift entered, so all good. Alright, now our spacing is every 3 assemblers is a power pole, right on the middle. Should do it. Even though we have these bad boys. That don't matter. That don't matter. Okay, and there we go. Might want to crank this up a little bit. And of course the particle broadband is going out just as fast as it's being made. I might put a few extra drones on there. I got down to all 15 being busy pretty quickly. Go, power's plenty now. Yep, now they're all getting in on the game. So now this line can absolutely be as long as it wants to be. There's no interruption into the supply line other than the fact that at some point my bots are going to get far enough away from the PLS where time for travel is would become an issue. Oh, what do we got here? A little bottleneck? What's going on? It looks like we got a little bit of a pasting logic issue here. So one on each side. Yeah, we got broken. Yep, got some broken ones there as well. Okay, so all those are going to be broken. That one's broken. Those are broken. And that one's broken. That should fix the middle ones. I don't see any more brokens along that line. Then we'll just connect these back up. Should pass those 13 along immediately. Done deal. Okay, and then we'll do the other side. There we go, unbroken. One more broken issue is the belts. There they go. That one feeds them all the way down. Everybody happy? No yellow lights. Everybody's getting ingredients and everybody's producing. And that'll make a little bit of a difference. Hey. Let's put the rest of... Oh, we can't. There's no box to put them in. No, they're getting used up pretty fast. Ah. All right. Alarm has gone off. And just in time, because we've got about a minute before the ads start. That time they got the alarm in time. Well, look at that. Our research is almost done now that particle broadband's getting delivered. All right, we should be getting a ad here in about... Well, the Twitch timer has stopped now. What's going on there? The ad timer stopped. Let me know if you guys are getting ads. Doesn't show you guys getting ads right now, but the timer's not showing either. There they go. We're into the ads. Be right back. Thank you, G. Back in a second. Okie dokie, how are we going? Hope everybody got a bit of a stretch, hydrate, all that good stuff. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Jeeves. And, G, I hope you understand that you're the sir and Jeeves is just Mr. Jeeves. Okay, everything here is working fabulously. There we go. So let's just take a look at particle broadband now should be there we go. Now we're starting to get decent. Thank you, autosave. That's 1,200 a minute. Shouldn't be any dips in there. I'm looking at the wrong one. This is it right here. I was looking at processors. Yeah, processors are as needed. That's all good. Now, since this is the bottom of the factory, that's never going to be an issue. That's doing fine. This could be an issue one day, but so far it's been pretty stable. Pretty stable. But we will keep an eye on it. No issues down here. That we'll keep an eye on periodically, and same with that one. That's doing okay, that's good. Graphite, green motors, rings, all good. Okay. Alright, now, we know that since this side was broken, this side of the star, that's very likely this one was broken as well. So now that we have an eyeball on the issue, that looks so much like Earth circling a purple and blue gas giant, orbiting. Okay, well, Zombie, any questions about my method of madness? We'll just take a peek at these also on our way back up to the bottom of the factory. Everything is going swimmingly on this one. And we got several different ways that Casimir is being produced. Ah, here we go, broken. And I reckon that's the same issue, yep. Hope I didn't just delete some buildings or inserters. I probably deleted some that I shouldn't have, but that's okay. Nah, it should have been fine. Building boxes, inserters. Yeah, it should be good on that. Yeah, that's just nanotubes. Now, if anybody's freaking out about, oh my god, Rocket, you're deleting all those nanotubes and plastics and all that stuff. When you have builds like I do, you never really worry about what's being deleted because it's replenished so quickly that it's just not an issue. It's just plastic laying on the ground. Now, as always, this is an AMA stream, so if you see something or a question comes up, ask me anything. Alright, and we are going to leave those as is. We don't need that. Don't need that. And we don't need that. We will keep the blue. And we should be able to... I should have kept the other one in my buffer. But that's alright. We'll just do a quick modification of this. And that was the 3-item bot line. And since these are all blanks, it's not going to be a big issue. And because it didn't connect anyway, that actually worked out pretty good. Yeah, looks like we need to pull some bots out of hiding. There we go. And we will throw a box on here and bring it down to about 3. And we will throw the power poles on there early. We'll just do all the power poles all at once. No big deal. We will make sure to designate nanotubes on the belts. Oops. Oh, look at that. All of those went through. I guess we'll do the power pole first because blue juice first. Looked like those all got... Come on, Icarus, seriously? Yeah, they got all proliferated. Some of them got level 2s, while others got level 3s, but that's okay. Okay, now, one will be green for sure. And the other will be plastic. Of course, this will get cleared, and that will be the final product. And we'll definitely make sure this is set at 30 just like the other one was. And we will also give it a few more to work with. Okay. And this one will be green. And this one will be plastic. This, of course, will be nanotubes. I mean, not nanotubes. Particle broadband. Yes. Should set up the boxes as well. Okay. Speed up, yes. That should get everything working nicely. And it looks like they are. Okay. Everything's set the way they should be. That's nice. Excellent. Okay, this time, let's see, every third one. So what we'll do, since we'll be getting a power pole, let's copy from here. To there. Yes, copy from there to there. We will not copy that power pole because we're grabbing those two power poles, which will go right there, so that's wrong. Yeah, we're not going to do any of them because all the power poles are going to be in the wrong spot. Add them in afterwards. Now, plastic is getting not copied. Hang on, doing that wrong already. Doing it wrong already. So plastic won't get, and crystal green will be next. So that will get copied. Oh right, we can't do this row right here. Correct. So these will get copied. Those two, those two, those two, those two, that's the way it copies right there. Yep, that's it. Oh shoot, I forgot to take the rest of that out. That's alright. Well, that didn't copy so well. So all of that is a yes. That's a no. That's a no. The connector or inserters are yes. Okay, there we go. That connects. And hopefully we don't get anything broken along the way. So far I don't see any broken inserters, but you never know when you're copying and pasting. Logistics box. Okay. Now we can just plop down a few power poles. Every third one. Actually, I probably should just hover in the middle here. Boy, that is some funky going to sleep music, hey? Certainly isn't the kind that I normally listen to. But when no one's talking and there's full concentration going on, this is definitely put you to sleep music. Oh, oh. Okay, all the happy little bots. Now we do want to make sure we've got enough down to get us at that roughly 1200. Just like on the other planet, 1200 per minute. On the particle broadband. There we go. That's roughly the same as what was on the other one. Happy with that. Oh, a little better than the other one. Okay, we are, let's just get a handle on this. We're on factory system 3 and factory system 1 was the first one. So factory system 3, and we're hitting about 14 a minute. And factory system 1, $1,200. So I'm actually doing better. I put more down on this one than I did on the other one, so I actually could have added some more. on System 1 to get up closer to 1400. Watch out for that gas giant. I don't even know if anybody can hear the music stream. It's probably a good thing. I haven't checked the volume levels on it, but it looks like it's kind of low and you probably can't hear anything. Bada bing, bada boom. Wow, bounced straight off the planet. Yeah, we didn't set that line for very long, did we? That's okay. That should do a little better. Ooh. Broken. Yep, I'd say that's broken. So is that one. Is that all that broke? Nope. One broke down here too. I reckon both of those broke. Alright, that looks like everything. And the important thing is no yellow dots, so all the machines are happy doing what they're supposed to be doing. All the inserters are supposed to be blinking, which they are. So now we should see about 1400, I'm thinking. Oh yeah. Even better. Now, science system should be all unbroken now. And that would be number 3. Yep. I can actually see that planet from here. 5 light years away. Warping vessels landing on it. That should be us right there. Nailed it. Of course, it's going to be invisible anyway, so we'll just circle it a little bit and let it solidify. Yay! And we do indeed have broadband going out to where we're supposed to be going. It's going to take a little while. Oh, let's give this a little bit of a boost. 90? Yeah, 90 should do. It's having a little bit of a... Thank you, sweetie. Not you guys. Peanut's home on school holidays. We call it school vacation in the U.S. Vacation break, so he's got a 2 weeks break. He's on the second day of the second week of break. And having him home has just been absolutely wonderful because he feeds me. He brings me snacks during my stream. He brings me drinks, except for he has a little hard time making my coffee, so I kind of help with that. Most of the time he's just buttering me up because he's bringing me snacks. Thank you. Bringing me snacks and helping me out is all purchasing computer time. So, yeah, the more he helps me out, the more likely I'm going to let him play on the computer. And it is rainy outside too, so it's an indoor day. But yeah, he's yeah, I reckon, I didn't take a look at the radar, G, but I reckon most of the eastern seaboard of Queensland is getting... Oh, hold on a second. Okay, thank you for that, G. Appreciate it. Yeah, so unfortunately, because it's daytime streams, to deal with daytime interruptions every once in a while. Okay, so we definitely have product coming in. I guess supposed to be getting distributed out, so that's gonna take a little while to get caught up. And that's mostly because oh, this is for research speed. We could actually pause that for now. Let's pause that. We're just going to pause that because that will give our science a chance to catch up with that broadband and give me an opportunity to double check, because we transferred blue over, red over, and yellow over, but it doesn't look like yellow has fully transferred for some reason. Only a few machines are even on, which means down here somewhere. Oh, titanium, crystal, and diamond. Saturated lines. Why those are not all fully on, it's kind of a mystery. Some of them are on. It can't be due to lack of... It's product stacking. Okay. That's what it is. All the yellow is full up. Wow. So really yellow is not an issue, or shouldn't be. It's not. The line is saturated all the way down. Saturated all the way down here. And saturated all the way down here. Saturated, so it's overproduced. I'm not sure why all of those are on. Oh, you know why? Yeah. Because we didn't turn off this production over here. Mr. Benyana! Benyana. Benyan... Let's see. Benyanya. Yeah. Howdy. Welcome. And gee, read Discord. Oh, thank you very much for that. Owned 3D is still responding. Hang on. Hold on. Something didn't work. Something's broke. Thank you very much for the sub, Benyana. Owned 3D responded. Jeeves is dead in the water.
Banyanya.
Banyanya. Thank you, Oz. Yeah, that. So we might have to fire the butler. Huge, huge thank you, Mr. Benyanya. Benyanya. That should have gotten an alert and a shout out. And Own3D only caught that, even though Own3D is unmodded. I didn't remove him from chat, and probably a good thing, because otherwise that might have gone completely unannounced if it wasn't for that in chat. Since the alert didn't work at all. And Stream Elements didn't catch it either. What is going on? No, G's doing good. It's we got some broken things today. Stream Elements should have caught that and automatically updated the new subscriber right down here, down below. So Fiery Boy was the last, or you were the last one. Fiery Boy was just before you, but Stream Elements didn't update the new subscriber. Well, you know what? There are some weeks I cannot get all of the pieces, parts of the stream. You know, obviously we're relying on third parties like Stream Elements and Own3D and whatnot. I can't get them all working together properly. I'm gonna see if I can refresh. See what happens if I even my sound alerts. Even sound alerts did not. Oh. And Hyperboss did not, you know, Hyperboss did not update. So Man and Oz should be right at the top of the leaderboard. I'm sorry, Man and Oz. It should be, Ori Darkwind should be right at the top of the leaderboard with a huge 500 bits cheer. And Hype Boss did not update him. Stream Elements is not updating the recent subscriber. Jeeves is broken. And like I say at the start of this stream, welcome to a second Monday. Oh my gosh. Second Monday of the week has not disappointed. Alright, should I let Yellow finish, or... Or should we break the chain and let the new section take over? The new section is saturated. Let's break the chain. Okay, so that's a lot of diamond. Well, that's titanium crystal. What I think I might do, just because I'm not really too worried about resources and whatnot, but what I think I might do is actually take this opportunity I can do that. Actually don't need this section right here. So we can really just pop that in. I wonder, you know what I haven't done is I haven't tried to put a big box on top of I haven't tried to put a big box on top of a splitter. I know we can put the little ones on, but let's try something. No, of course not. Little ones go fine. Yeah, little ones go fine. So let's do this. Let's tab it to that style. And yes. That's the maximum height. What is it? 8? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on top of a splitter. So maximum 8 for boxes. 8 for boxes. Okay. And what we'll do is we'll just feed that directly in. And putting all these in here should feed right down to the bottom. Yes? No, it's not going anywhere. So there you go. A good example of why oh, hang on. It did. So gravity will pull them down all the way to the splitter. So in actuality, fill from the bottom. Now, this of course has to be, nope, not that, that one. Copy that and put that there. That might be still too close. That is too close. Yeah. That's all right, we'll do this. We'll just, yep, we can swing over there, send it on in. And then, of course, we'll take one more. Give it a little rotation. I don't think I'm going to be able to squeeze it in there next to that power pole, but... Oh, I don't even have to worry about that. We can put it right here. Yep, indeed. Yep, and we don't care whether they get mixed or not. Lack of item. That's wrong because I so have a ton of them. Alright, where's that one? Right there. That'll work. Nice, so titanium, diamond, and then mix of whatever. Any leftover yellows can go in there. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Yeah, I reckon that'll work. Ooh. It didn't look like it was that much. That's alright. That's what we wanted. Oh. And there we have it. Another break coming up. And we can actually... Oh. I didn't do anything like I thought I was going to do. Just broke altogether. That's what I thought was going to happen. Just didn't work out that way. Some of those are stacked and some of those are not. And why would that be? Ah. Interesting. So fully stacked coming in, fully stacked going out. Oh, there they go. It took a while for them to stack. Alright, no worries. Okay, we will be back after the break because we are already in ads and nobody can hear me talking anyway, so we will be right back. Hello.
Hello.
How's Mr.
So-
Benyanda doing?
Is Dead there?
I don't know. He was. I know he's not at work, but he was in and out for a little bit. I don't know what's going on.
Well, if he ever comes back, just tell him I'm pissed off at him.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Just tell him that. I'm gonna go back to my Discord call. He'll understand why.
Oh, righto.
See ya, Rocket.
Cheers, mate. Okay, we are back. And I can't see why Stream Elements or Hype Boss or the others are misbehaving as badly as they are. Done a refresh on them, but I don't see any flags on OBS. But even sound alerts didn't work properly. Sound alerts should have announced the resub from Mr. Benyanya. That could be why, Oz. Oh, I don't think it is, and I hate to say it, but you know what? It might be. No, it's definitely software related. Unfortunately, because we pull in third-party softwares into a stream, such as Sound Alerts and Stream Alerts and Own 3D Pro and all that stuff. A lot of the stuff that works or doesn't work is reliant on the competency of and the quality of the software built in. So, from the third party. Unfortunately. And G does the programming of the bots, so as far as Jeeves go, and the to-do list and whatnot, his programming is usually spot on. So if it's something not working, generally speaking, a Twitch API is to blame, something Twitch is to blame, because G is the coder. So, boy, that yellow is still going to town, not passing. Well, some of that workload is getting passed off to the new side, which is okay. That much is good. What I need to do is I need to stop calling. What we need to do is stop calling for ingredients. So that's the best way to do that, right there. And let those boxes just empty out. Because this side, and this is dronage, so drones should go and get when it's needed. And it doesn't matter that the titanium's not proliferated completely, because it gets proliferated coming out to the input lines. So we will go ahead and copy. Paste those in, that should shut them off. Now those should have no product selected, and That is correct. Correct. Okay. So the labs will only operate with what's in surplus until they're off completely. Okay. Now that leaves still plenty of distributor caps to send the yellow up to the white science production. I wonder why that one's... Oh, every once in a while sends one. All the others are saturated. Yeah, all the way down the line. Just that one not. So just this stack for some reason. Maybe everything was coming out of that distributor. That's what it looks like. It looks like everything was getting delivered from here. Because all the other ones are slam full. 6,000. 6,000. I reckon that's what it is. All the distribution of yellow science was coming from this one bot since all the others are saturated. Interesting. Doesn't hurt anything. Okay, and then now we got purple starting to transfer over. And we also, yep, got ready for the addition of the rest of the groundworks, much like this one right here. Oh, what's up with that? Now, of course, the output side will come out one grid line. Really? Okay. That's more better. Thank you, autosave. Yeah, tons of cubes. You like the cubes? I think the most favorite part of my game is the cubes. Is that on the second one? It is on the second one. 1, 2. And of course that won't connect up either because the ramp is one grid, one off. There we go. Now that only copies one, but I want to see if I can copy the whole. Let's see if it'll copy the whole stack. Woohoo! Come back here. Let's go from here. to there. And we will tell it no, 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 no. And we'll tell it what? Tell it no for that one and that one. Yeah, that looks good. And it did not copy those, which is fine. And we don't want it to copy any of that or that. Inserters, yep, that's fine. Now that should paste down. One grid line separation, yes. Yes. All of the inserters. Yes, indeed. Okay. One line of separation. And we'll increase that by 1. Nope. Yep. Is that enough to get one more? It is indeed. With the exception of a few of those. Oh. Yep, that's fine. Output on the purple is saturated. That's fine. Okay. That was probably more purple than we needed, but that's okay. Because as far as that goes, generally speaking, well, Mr. Jeeves is partially working. Generally speaking, red is the shortest line, yellow is a little bit longer, purple is a little bit longer than that, green is a little bit longer than that. That's generally how that works. Blue is in the least demand. Almost, so it's usually blue is the least demand. Red is a little bit more, then yellow, then purple, and so on. All of those are full up. Oops, wrong button. And those are 4 stacks coming out, which is fine. And of course, those can be turned off. And we do have drone requests for both of those. And plenty of drones. Yeah. That's not even half of them busy. Broadband's coming in. So that's been getting about 3,000 to 4,000 in transit. Also means these two should shut off because there's nowhere to deliver. As far as the bots go. So drones will deliver them to the PLSs, bots will deliver them back to here to get processed into white cubes. Now right now, purple looks like it's having a hard time keeping up all of the... Oh, hold on, this is part of the problem. Let's make sure all these guys have all the bots they need. That's a serious problem. Or can be. Ten, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. So we had a couple of them that didn't have any fidgety spinners. That means we might have the same issue over between these two sets of towers. 10, 10, 0. There you go. There's 10. 10, 10. Well, that would be a problem. Never knew that existed. So if that's the issue there, and then this is the central point, that means we're going to have that same issue over here, where the blue and the red... No, blue's got 10. Red has none. Yellow, antimatter, antimatter, and purple. Green and blue, and everybody else. Yes. Okay. Wow. That happens sometimes when you're pasting blueprints down and you don't have enough of something in your inventory. Oh, look, we just added 10 there. There's 10 more. 10 more. Or 5, it said. 5 were added. That happens when pasting and you don't have enough bots in your inventory thinking everything's just hunky-dory. So that being the case, let's double check these. Yep, all good there. Finding issues you didn't even know you had. All those are good. Just those few so far. Okay. Oh, I'm kind of glad I went through and scanned those. Sometimes you actually can't see when bots aren't going where they're supposed to be because there's so many of them going back and forth doing this and that. You can't actually see a break in the flight patterns. Now, none of those weights should actually be on the move until I turn my research back on as well. But everything else looks like it's okay. And we can go back here and shut off the purple on, well, we can shut all this off, so. Alright, and we will recover all of those bots when they're deconstructed. We don't need them right now. Okay, that takes care of the purple expansion, or the transition back to the purple. So, what we're doing, the reason I'm transferring these over from east to west right now is because I've got a better distribution of the product in a much tighter or compact. So instead of having long lines of single row towers, I've doubled them up. And then once those are all clear, we'll spread out in both directions until this planet is covered both on the northern and the southern hemisphere. And that should give us plenty of white from this planet, and then we'll repeat the process on 1, 2, 3, 4 more planets. So this will be the science system, and we'll have a total of 5 planets going to work on producing our white science. And that should bring us up to, well, it should bring us up quite a bit. So let's unpause that. So 15 million uploaded now. Getting all 5 planets going at the same time, wrapped top and bottom. That should pretty much kill my machine as far as FPS goes and UPS. So we'll see how that plays out, I imagine. Because it's just going to be a matter of I'm going to copy paste or blueprint and paste them all down. And then obviously, since I have a factory system set up, it'll be a matter of, I've already got two systems started with 2 planets in each. Well, I've actually got 2 planets in one of the systems and 1 planet each in the other system. We'll have a factory system with 3 or 4 planets producing everything we possibly need to send over here, which is obviously your green pills, Q chips, brown chips, processors, broadband, titanium diamond, all the ingredients. And basically that's all it is right now, having enough factory to provide all these things, which we're doing right now, and then also enough separate factories to make rockets. So, busy white bots. As you can see, as fast as it's emptying down the line here, this is a stack of 4, so it's 120 per second going out, 120 per second coming in. I can actually open up that other line right now. Actually, this is something that's not a lot of people have seen before, but port priorities on ILS and PLS. So as long as there is one port available and it's not backed up, it looks like it's saturated, but it's not backed up. As soon as it can't deliver enough, the second port will start delivering. Or better yet, there we go. Well, this one's got blue, but this one does not. Where's our blue at? Why is our blue not coming out here? There. That's weird. I never knew that. Anyway. So I've just opened up this line. Don't think, yeah, a few of them are not on, so there's still 120 per second isn't quite enough. So what are we talking about? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5 towers. So 8.5 towers of 15, which is 80, and 20 is 100. So basically just over 100 towers for one belt of 120 per second. We'll stay busy. Wow. There you go. Hold on. Let me get my calculator. Let me get my calculator. Sorry, 8 times 15, that's 120 labs. Plus another 7 or 8. About 127 to 128 labs. Every once in a while, periodically, a couple more. So that's a lab per second. Whatever that equates to, a lab per second. A cube per second. That's 120 coming down the line. Let's see what that looks like when we do this. That would look cool if I staggered those, huh? But it looks better if we keep them lined up. we'll do one stack of towers short and just watch the comparison. So that's all we'll do on that side. That should speed up this process quite a bit. Yep, so we're at 520k a second. So if I added some more whites, I could hit that million per second and then get the achievement for it. That would be fun, but it's not a high priority. So this line should stay saturated. And these guys are busy. I should take half of this tower down, just to allow the 120 per second belt to saturate and stay saturated. Only because some might sneak through that would have normally went into one of these towers. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. 8. So 8 and 8 for the time being. Yeah, I think I'm a little bit happier with that. So if it's 8 now, that should be, what were we at, 516 to 520? So I reckon that should probably balance out at a nice even 500k, and sure enough. $500,000. So if I doubled these towers and I had 16 and 16, I'd get 1 million per second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, so 16 and 16 more over here or over on the other side, whatever. I actually could do that over on this side. I'd hit my 1 million per second achievement. We might do that a little bit later on down the road. After we've gotten everything all nice and tidied up here, got our green switched over, get the yellow and the purple cleaned up, and then eventually the green cleaned up on this side, and then doubled these over to the other side. Then I could go ahead and double my upload labs, my center brain labs, double that over to the other side, and then I just turn them on and hit 1 million right off the bat. Well, these purple certainly aren't busy as long as the other side is. Same with the yellow. These are getting... Eventually they're getting worked out. It looks like we've emptied out most of these. Wish I could just hold the button and delete all the way down like that. Oops. Oh, I bet I could. Hang on. Let's see what happens if I go to F2 and shrink that down. I bet it does the same thing. No, there we go. That's the ticket. That's what I wanted. like that. That's a quick way to delete. I knew I'd figure it out sooner or later. Alright, we still got product in here. $2,500, $2,500. Yeah, we'll let those continue to work if they're still going to for any reason. I know it says $4.99, but it's probably very literally $500. It's probably $4.99, $9.99. Because honestly, that's an even number of labs. 8 labs, 120 per second cubes, 120 per second belts. So if that's 120, wonder if it's 125. Wonder if it's 125 will make an even $500,000. Let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see if that hits a no, see that's 523. Not right. $122. 122, 23, 24, 124. Oh. My timing was off. We just ran out of white cubes. Oh wow. It's probably 124. Okay. Alright, so what that means is in order to keep up with that demand of, obviously we need more of these making white, and you can see there's not a lot of them that are on. The belts are saturated. Hang on, what's not saturated? Purple's not saturated on this side. Why isn't purple saturated? These I understand being off. No. These guys shouldn't be off. Oh, are they finished already? They are indeed. Okay, so most of them are. Still getting processors. Oh. Oh, look at this one didn't even... This line's broken right here. There's another problem I didn't know I had. Didn't know I had that problem. So it looks like we're going to have a lot of leftover processors for some reason. Oh, well, I shut a lot of those off before the broadband could have gotten here, so... Doesn't matter, it's all over here right now. So let's go ahead and connect up. First of all, let's take this guy off. Yes. Turn him off. And go right. There. That will help. So we just increased the number of distributor bots. So we can actually make that 2. We can make that 2. Too bad that Icarus is right hand controlled by the mouse and left hand, well, left hand controlled by the keys, and mouse pointer is right hand controlled by the mouse. And sometimes you need both at the same time plus a third. Yeah, so not sure I was making a whole lot of sense with that, but you know. The copy paste functions are on the right hand side of the keyboard. The movements functions are on the left hand side. You need 2 hands for that, plus a hand to move the mouse. So 3 hands. Now, that's plenty of bots. Still not doing anything. Well, the first row won't because nothing's pushing up into the box. So the only bots down, that's these down here. So as soon as the boxes fill up, that's actually when the bots or the product is pushed into the box and the bots start doing something. But that is also enough that it should saturate the purple line. So yep, purple got saturated here. Purple got saturated here. That's what we wanted. Purple got saturated here. Yep. So we accomplished what we wanted. We got the lines saturated with purple. All lines are saturated. Antimatter, red, yellow, blue, green, purple. And antimatter. So that's what the big holdup was. Now all the white labs are on. Instead of just that little tiny arc of them right here where the purple was getting to it. They're all on now. White is flowing again. Not quite at the speed it was before because we had a nice pilot of it in the ILS, but now we're down to per lab. So that'll take a little bit to saturate. Okay. Well then, Haven't done this in a long time. Save. Thank you. It's only about a 6-second save, 6 or 7. All right. It is getting to be, we are past our normal 3:30 end stream time, but we didn't have a stream yesterday, so wanted to put in a little extra time and go long today. Plus we had some few interruptions, but was happy to go a little long today. However, we are at dinner time, and Rocket has to do daddy things and adulting things and make sure Peanut's all taken care of, so that is going to cover it for today. And I really, really appreciate everybody that came by today. Whether you chatted or not doesn't matter. Lurking's fine. Glad to entertain. We got to give a huge thank you to oh my gosh, let's go down through the list. Today has been an awesome day. Wow. NTK started off our stream today with a raid. Holy moly. She raided us with 88. So that was a big raid. Huge raid. I've never had anything bigger than that. That's as big as a raid. Twitch actually verified of those 88, actually 56 of those were real people, which that's huge. So 56 actual people raided with NTK's raid. And then she threw on a sub for another 1 month, which of course Jeeves was working at the time, so that was a huge shout out to NTK for the resub, for the raid. Wow. And then oh gosh, from that group, of course, we had Rosen threw down a follow for us. Simu slapped a follow down. Mr. Taco threw down a follow for us. Fiery Boy lobbed a follow over the fence for us. Mr. Taco tossed 200 biddies into the can. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. And Ori Darkwind snagged the top spot, even though, oh gosh, even though our hype boss didn't catch it, that vaulted him to the top. So Ori Darkwind took the top spot for Biddies Cheered. Thank you so much for that. And Auntie K once again threw in another great sub. She gifted a sub to the community. Fiery Boy was the recipient of that generosity, as well as I was. Thank you very much for that. And then oh my gosh, so much has happened today. So what I think we're going to do is we're just going to take a oops, we're just going to go ahead and go to the thank you screen, and while we're at the thank you screen, I'm going to go ahead and let me just take a quick look first before, just because I like to be a little bit ahead of the game. See who is streaming from our community. Which is YOLO for GG's. He's streaming Demonologist, but let's see if we can catch another DSP stream. We got a few on here. There's a chill stream. Somebody just streaming DSP that will go ahead and raid. Looks like he's fairly new. Needs a little bit of support from the community. And we'll give him the big raid. So first of all, here is our raiding tools. So you can copy that and paste it into chat when we get there. And then make sure I get it right. And then we'll give him a bit of community support for a brand new one. So thanks everybody for what a wonderful day today was. Thanks everybody for coming along, having a chat, throwing down the biddies, throwing down the subs, throwing down the gift subs, everything. It was just absolutely awesome, and everything is absolutely 100% appreciated. Really, really, really appreciate all that. Can't tell you how much that really helps. So, all right, we'll pop on over, and of course, my schedule is down in the panels, but I'm also on Streamlabs, not Streamlabs, streamelements.com/RocketWolf2. You can see my live stream status, everything about the stream, and even some information about you as the viewer in there. So, leaderboards and whatnot. Check it all out. And with that, I will see you again tomorrow. Thank you all. And let's go say hey to the claps.